Chapter 594. In the western district of Eternal Star City, a carriage that was simple and inconspicuous but had cost a fortune to build drove through the stone road. It turned into the next intersection on the bustling street. This is Linha Street. Red Street Market is just down the road. Look, it's right there. Commodore's voice came from the driver's seat through the small window in front of the carriage. However, Thales was not affected in the slightest. Your Highness, Little Rascal Imperial Conference, Secret Intelligence Department, Anchor. In the bumpy carriage, the prince, who could not return to his home, pondered gloomily. He was not in the mood to admire the view of Eternal Star City streets outside the window. Whether it was Renaissance Palace or the Secret Intelligence Department, whether it was the King or the Black Prophet, depression and unhappiness were his main themes today. But what concerned the youth the most was what Anchor Byral said before he fainted. Hold on to your sword. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists, but he realized that he was unarmed and his palms were empty. He lowered his head and stared blankly at his left hand. But he could only see the scar on his palm. Your Highness? Thales only snapped out of his daze when he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. In the carriage, Glover nodded at him and let go of the prince's shoulders. Are you sure we want to do this? Red Street Market? Commodore turned his head around from the window outside the carriage. If Officer Mallows finds out, he had a troubled expression on his face. Glover's expression did not change, but his eyes expressed the same concern. Thales adjusted the collar of his newly changed clothes and sighed. These people. Even if he had the title of Royal Guards or Star Lake Guards, even if he was the second prince come Duke of Star Lake, the second most respected person in the country, however, be it Commodore or Glover, or even Doyle who had the best relationship with him at the moment, they still had doubts about him, right? As for Mallows, you're right, then. Thales remained silent for a second before he turned his head and shouted towards the empty window. Do you have any objection, Mallows? Glover and Commodore were both stunned. Mallows? What do you think? He knocked on the wall of the carriage and pretended to listen for a while. Looks like. The prince turned his head around and looked at the stiff Glover and the resigned Commodore. He spread his arms in regret. He has no objections. Glover's eyebrows twitched, but he did not say anything. Commodore could only put on an unnatural smile and turn back to drive the carriage. Their carriage slowly entered the main road of Red Street Market, joining the other carriages and passers-by. Outside the window, it immediately became lively, greetings, hawkers, soliciting customers, cursing, and so on. It drew Thales' attention from the past back to reality. If one did not look at anything else, Red Street Market was probably no different from the other affluent parts of the Western District. Wide main streets, neat houses, alleys that extended in all directions, and crowds of people jostling each other. However, the number of entertainment venues here was unmatched by other places. Taverns, hotels, gambling dens, theaters, street stalls, and roadside shops that specialized in good stuff. Of course, there were also the various clubhouses that Red Street Market lacked. As he stared at the street outside the window, Thales could not help but feel a little dazed. When he was still a child beggar, Thales had snuck into Red Street Market more than once to look for business. Of course, it was in the evening when it was busier and safer. It should be known that beggars were as sensitive to fixed territories as cats and dogs, gangs, and even countries, even if they were just trying to make a living under different gangs. But at that time, the child beggar Thales was mixed in with the crowd. He was either pushed around, bullied, or looked down on. This was the first time he sat in a carriage and strolled around Eternal Star City as a normal citizen, or even a noble guest. Commodore lifted the reins and whipped his whip. His work experience of protecting important people had given him the skills to drive a carriage. He shuttled through the streets, ignoring the small brothels and even the prostitutes in the surrounding area. He went straight to his destination. Along the way, they met many men. Some of them welcomed and sent them off with great enthusiasm, some of them were new arrivals and were at a loss, some of them were impatient when they called out to their friends, some of them were shy and reserved, some of them were dressed simply and furtively, some of them were dressed fashionably and acted elegantly, some of them were rushing around with important matters, and some of them were strolling leisurely and laughing. There were also many women on the street. There were procuresses with fake smiles, women who were busy washing, female workers who were covered in dirt, female servants who were in a hurry, poor girls who dressed up like boys and ran errands all over the street, noble women who came to take their husbands home with anger written all over their faces. There were even noble ladies who sneaked out of their carriages and hid behind handkerchiefs and fans as they looked outside with flushed faces. Thales and his carriage blended into the crowd. It was inconspicuous and did not stop along the way. Soon, it drove into the central area and entered a group of houses with luxurious decorations and shining signboards. "Hey, sisters, we have guests. Look at that carriage, it's made of good materials." The sin of hell's river surged, and a delicate voice instantly entered Thales' ears. "Go and put on your makeup. Tighten your corset. Oh my God, what kind of perfume is this? Go and wash up. Damn it, who took away my sexy lingerie? That's a secret handmade design by Zavok Taylor. Be more heroic. Delicate beauties are no longer in fashion nowadays. Everyone likes tough ones." In an instant, the three people in the carriage were like bees who had strayed into a bush of flowers. They bumped into the most eye-catching scenery in the entire Red Street Market, all kinds of beauties. Thales subconsciously gulped. This carriage, it must be some young master who sneaked out. It's too early, it's not even evening yet. Looks like he's in a hurry. They were all over the houses on both sides of the main road, under the porches, on the balconies, in the alleys, behind the windows, hiding in every corner that one could not notice but that was clearly there. Most of them were in the prime of their lives, and they were beautiful and alluring. He must not want others to know that he came at this hour. Let me guess, he's someone who likes to swallow swords. Then let's wake Tony up? No, he served 3 men last night. His front and back are hurting, he can't even walk. Let him sleep for a while. Then I'll tighten the bandages and change into men's clothes? Ah, men's clothes are easy, but do you have a lower part? How do you know I don't have one? Maybe it'll be bigger than his. Then, let me try first? Hey, oh, you're really coming. Let go. I'll scratch you to death, you little bee asterisks. The fake will never become men. So what? I'm pretty good like this. Besides, the men here aren't as big as us. Is that so? Let me see, maybe I rubbed them until they were big? Hey, you're still? It took me a lot of effort to tighten the strap of my underwear. Thales blushed as he listened, trying his best to keep a straight face. Some of them were elegant and noble, some had seductive bodies and sexy temperaments, some were seductive and captivating, some looked pitiful and delicate, some were charming and enchanting, some were dignified and elegant, and some were as cold as ice. Some of them revealed their true faces in a flash, earning the guests' attention and cries of surprise. Some laughed and covered their faces as they shrank back, evoking sighs of anticipation and disappointment. Some wantonly hooked their fingers lightly, stirring up the fervor and madness of the men. Maybe it's that lover of yours? The one who gave you the family emblem and said he's coming to marry you? You're so annoying. Just another heartless man who's greedy. Or a silly old man who's been blinded by love? They were like the beautiful elves in the forest in fairy tales, hiding here and there, appearing and disappearing. Sometimes they appeared, sometimes they were mysterious, sometimes they were passionate, sometimes they were cold, sometimes they were affectionate, sometimes they were indifferent, sometimes they were pure and holy, and sometimes they were flirtatious, making the hearts of the spectators itch. It made people want to give up everything, follow them, get to the root of the matter, see their true faces, enter the room, and kiss them, *slap. Glover extended his hand out of the driver's seat and slapped Commodore, who had his head raised in a daze and forgot about his business. It also shocked Thales, who had his horizons broadened. Sorry, Commodore touched the back of his head, which was in pain, and said awkwardly, I've been here a few times. Of course, it's because of official business. I've been here a few times. This is just the beginning in the afternoon. It'll be even livelier at night. Second-class protector Commodore, Glover said coldly. He moved in front of the carriage window while he was at it and blocked a beautiful young lady who was winking at Thales gently from the second floor. His Highness still has matters to attend to. Of course, Commodore apologized sheepishly. He turned his head to look at the few locals who surrounded them once the carriage slowed down. No, we don't need a tour guide, we don't need introductions, and we don't need... Don't tug on my reins. Alright, take this money and stop bothering us. The protector sent away the hospitable local escorts in exasperation. Obviously, Commodore did not lie about this. He was indeed not good at this kind of situation. The carriage continued to move forward for a while, took a few turns, and passed by a group of hot-blooded young nobles who were commenting on different ladies and beauties. Look at them. They're so confident, frivolous, and comfortable. Thales said to himself in silence. I'm not like myself. I'm still young, but there's already a heavy burden on my shoulders, and I'm bound by it. I'm really lethargic. The teenager laughed bitterly in a self-deprecating manner. They drove out of the lively area. Commodore then stopped the carriage by the side and pointed at the other end of the street. Look, that's the One Night's Romance. It's located at the front of the core area of Red Street Market. It's in a good location. Thales craned his head out. What appeared in his line of sight was a luxurious and grand house with people coming and going. The brokers outside the house fawned over him, and they were extremely passionate. The madams on the stairs waved their handkerchiefs and smiled delightfully. There was no need to even mention the beauties at the windows and balconies. They could be said to be charming, and they were as beautiful as flowers. That's the clubhouse that Felicia opened? One Night's Romance? But for some reason, the teenager felt that it was strangely familiar, but also a little unfamiliar. It's a little new. Glover frowned as he observed the exterior of the One Night's Romance building. He voiced his puzzlement. It doesn't fit in with its surroundings. Commodore sent away a broker who wanted to come forward and introduce some business to him. When he heard this, his eyes lit up. Of course, it was rebuilt on the ruins of an old chess room. The former police officer was in high spirits. 6 years ago, on a certain night, 2 gangs fought for the right to protect Red Street Market. They fought until their eyes were bloodshot. Those sons of cheese even brought out eternal oil. The sound of the explosion even alerted the chief garrison officer of the capital. Thales' heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He stared at the newly built clubhouse and compared it to the roads around it. He slowly confirmed his memories. No, 6 years ago, it was not the explosion caused by eternal oil that caused this building to be rebuilt. He supported himself against the wall of the carriage and told himself in his heart. No. Commodore noticed that the prince had an unusual expression on his face. He hesitantly opened his mouth to speak. He spoke hesitantly. Before we get down from the carriage, may I ask why we are here, Your Highness? We can't really be here to look for a woman, right? Glover sized up the situation around him warily, but his ears subconsciously turned towards Thales. It was obvious that he wanted to know the answer as well. Of course not. Thales smiled mysteriously. I just need to confirm something. Something that is not necessary to spread, even if it is to Mallows. Do you understand? The prince stared at Glover in the carriage and Commodore in the driver's seat seriously. Perhaps it was because of their statuses, or perhaps it was because of their aggressive gazes, but both of them looked at each other and nodded in the end. All right, you are the master. I have no right to comment. But if the fact that we came to Red Street Market is known by others... John, trust me, Thales said to Commodore in resignation. You are not the first person to be worried about this. And I have been lectured for an entire day because of this. Commodore hesitated for a long time. In the end, he still buried the words, "Then, did you not learn your lesson?" in his heart. He jumped down from the driver's seat and opened the door for Thales. He then focused on the rather promising task of accompanying the prince to run away from home and seek pleasure. Glover extended his hand in time and pressed down on Thales, who was about to get down from the carriage. We cannot go there directly. It is too obvious, regardless of whether it is His Highness' age or our temperament. The zombies stared at the crowd coming and going on the street warily. "We will be recognized." Commodore quirked his eyebrows and put away his expression that said, "I am the protector here." "Oh, they have already recognized us." Thales was puzzled. Glover looked at him. The former police officer pointed at the street with a habitual expression. "I'm not talking about His Highness status, but this is Red Street Market. All the people on the street, regardless of whether they are child beggars on the street, doormen of clubhouses, coachmen, or helpers in pastry shops, have been living in Red Street Market for a long time. Their eyes are sharp, and they have long recognized that this is a carriage from a wealthy family." Glover's expression was solemn as he thought quietly. But Commodore changed the topic, and he became relaxed. "But you do not have to worry too much. Many nobles and children of officials will come here to seek pleasure. Of course, it will be livelier at night. In fact, I am willing to bet that Protector Doyle is definitely more familiar with this place." Thales exhaled. If only Doyle was not whipped. Commodore tried his best to dispel the duo's worries, but Glover still looked wary. He did not let down his guard at all. It was as if after he entered Red Street Market, he turned into a suspicious beast. Thales looked at their expressions, quirked an eyebrow, and nodded. "All right, but we might as well keep a low profile." The prince stuck his head out of the carriage and pointed at the One Night's Romance, which was located diagonally across the street. "When we go in, can we not cross the main road and not go through the main entrance? For example?" Thales looked at the street, which was bustling with activity and filled with customers. "Go through the back door?" Commodore scratched his chin. "Theoretically, we can go around to Lower City District and enter Red Street Market from another direction. Then we can go through the back door. This way we can avoid the crowd, but I strongly suggest that we do not do this." "Lower City District." Thales frowned, while Glover's face was filled with suspicion. Even though the security of Western District and Lower City District is under the responsibility of the Western District Police Station, forgive me for being straightforward, but their jurisdiction and authority only goes as far as Red Street Market. Among the 5 police stations in Eternal Star City, Western District has always been the worst. There are scum everywhere, and they collude with each other. Every year, a few corrupt police officers and patrol members will be caught. Commodore put on a disgusted and disdainful expression. "Especially Lower City District. I am not doubting our ability to protect His Highness, but that place is not safe, and it is easy to cause trouble." At this moment, Glover suddenly raised his head. His eyes shone brilliantly, and he stared outside the carriage. "Be on guard." The zombie's entire body tensed up, as if he was facing a great enemy. It shocked Thales and Commodore. "What's wrong?" Both of them followed Glover's gaze and looked at the clubhouse across the street. One Night's Romance. It was only then that Thales realized that at some point of time, there were quite a number of people around One Night's Romance. Most of them were dressed simply, and their gazes were cold. They were pacing back and forth as they sized up their surroundings. Something is not right. Commodore also noticed that something was not right. He instinctively closed the carriage door from the outside, leaving only the window open. "These people are not customers," Thales slowly gathered at the center of his brows. "They are thugs." Glover's expression was dark, and he stated the truth in a concise and clear manner. "They are people who specialize in violence in the gangs." Before Commodore could be surprised by his colleague's judgment, he heard the prince add in an equally serious tone, "They are Black Street Brotherhood. They are their thugs." A thug stopped a customer who wanted to enter the clubhouse. While the customer protested in dissatisfaction, the thug searched the person's entire body violently while he interrogated him in detail. Something happened. Thales cautiously stared at the crowd outside the clubhouse, whom he was once very familiar with. The people inside and outside the carriage were silent for a while. Commodore gulped. Maybe they are here to watch over the business? Honestly, this is normal." "Not just that," Thales' voice rose. Glover and Commodore turned to him at the same time. Thales' gaze moved to the surroundings of the clubhouse, and he became even more serious. "They are not just thugs. Look at the surroundings. The helpers and apprentices in the various shops, the runners and child beggars on the streets, and even the hawkers and peddlers by the roadside. They are not in a normal state. Under Thales's reminder, Glover and Commodore did what they were supposed to do. They carefully observed the situation at the end of the street, and their expressions slowly changed. Commodore returned to the driver's seat and asked with uncertainty, "Are they frightened by the gangs?" Thales shook his head, and he became even more certain of his thoughts. Because they are also from the Brotherhood. Commodore turned his head around in puzzlement. What? Thales searched through his past experience on the streets and made a guess. Out of interest or habit, these people are actually the Brotherhood spies, and they are happy to pass information for them. Obviously, they have also been instructed and reminded to pay attention to the movements around them. Commodore said solemnly, Were they deliberately trained by the Brotherhood to be like this? No. Thales shook his head. Because this is their original appearance. The Blackstreet Brotherhood was not born in the void. Instead, it originated from desperate people who had nowhere else to go. From the very first day, they were deeply rooted in the communities of the people at the bottom of society. Under Commodore and Glover's puzzled gazes, Thales said airily, "In the worst places, if you are in a difficult situation, unable to continue living, miserable, and struggling to survive, the Brotherhood is one of the ways out for you. There is no need for disguise or cover-up. Everyone lives their own lives. When there is a need, you will consciously and tacitly inform the members with the black ribbon tied around their arms and provide them with convenience." When he thought of the past, Thales became slightly absent-minded. Glover and Commodore exchanged a surprised glance. They were rather surprised by the prince's knowledge. "Jean, you said that one night of amorous encounters was established after the gangs fought against each other?" Thales asked cautiously. "Yes. 6 years ago, the scumbags from the Brotherhood and Blood Bottle Gang fought each other. They brought disaster to Red Street Market, causing the important people to not be able to visit the brothel." Commodore suppressed his questions and vigilantly observed the thugs who were gradually increasing in number. "I heard that the Western City Police Station intervened and forced them to stop fighting. 6 years ago. Red Street Market. The Brotherhood and Blood Bottle Gang. Stop fighting." Thales' frown deepened. "Your Highness, what should we do? Are we still going?" Thales raised a finger and gestured for them to be quiet. "Let's wait and see." While the two were puzzled, the teenager took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and summoned the sin of Hell's River. He instantly activated Hell's senses, especially focusing on his ears and hearing. Soon, footsteps, collisions, friction, moans, coquettish laughter, curses, messy and disorderly noises came from the opposite corner of the street. At the same time, they assaulted Thales' senses. But after experiencing the journey in the desert, Thales, who had grown a lot, skillfully adjusted the range of the sin of Hell's River. Like calming an untamed beast, he did not let his overly sensitive senses hinder him. At the same time, he filtered out useless noises. Only the most crucial conversations were left. Did Blood Bottle Gang do this? The voice of a thug from the Brotherhood traveled into his ears. There was indignation and eagerness in his voice. "I don't know, but if Leork finds out, I really want to see his expression. I heard that all the sleepless have been transferred here." Thales turned his head slightly and searched for other focal points. Very soon he found the truth. "Who dares to kidnap people in our territory? Is it a cop?" "It's possible, but I heard that the big cop in Western City has an agreement with us. Boss Morris is back. I heard that he is very angry. He personally brought people to Fantasy Blade and Red Viper to ask for the person." "No, Blood Bottle Gang refuses to admit it. The situation is very ugly. Damn it, are they going to fight again?" "How long has it been since the ceasefire?" Thales slowly grasped the key information. "It could also be done by foreigners who don't know the ropes. You know, bandits and whatnot. After the prince returned to the country, many foreigners came to the city, from the top to the bottom. Damn prince. Wouldn't it be fine if he just stayed in the north? All he brought back is trouble." Thales' mood became more solemn. At this moment, another voice entered his senses. "They found her." Felicia, she's still alive. Thale's eyelids twitched. She came back on her own. It was a false alarm. My younger brother said that she did not look well. The moment she came back, she kept asking to see Lady Lance. No matter who did this, they do not want us to have an easy time. Kidnapping. Felicia. Thales opened his eyes. I think I know what is going on. They are pissed off. Under the strange gazes of his two subordinates, Thales looked at the signboard of Amorous Night and sighed in his heart. Then Your Highness with Commodore asked tentatively. Thales looked at the team of thugs surrounding Amorous Night and shook his head in disappointment. No. Obviously, when the kingdom's secret intelligence department kidnapped Felicia from this place, they did not consider keeping a low profile at all. The Brotherhood has been poked. At least, they can forget about getting close today. At least, they can't get close in a low profile. In his disappointment, Thales leaned against the carriage. More conversations traveled into his ears. I am Redmore. Boss Morris has ordered us, sleepless ones, to guard the territory of Red Street Market for the next few days. Reduce the number of customers received by half. Strengthen the sentries. Pay attention and see if there is anyone following us these few days. Wait, how long has the carriage at the corner of the street been parked there? Let's go and take a look. Thales wanted to hear more, until he came to a realization with a jolt. They're talking about us. This is bad. When Glover saw quite a number of thugs walking towards them warily and suspiciously, his expression changed. He knocked on the driver's seat. Protector Commodore, I think they have noticed us. Get ready to run. Commodore was shocked. He looked at the thugs from the Brotherhood who were getting closer and calmly dug out his pockets. It's okay. I brought my previous police officer badge as long as... No, Glover interrupted him. His tone was firm and solemn. Those are the Brotherhood, not Blood Bottle Gang. They don't care, and it is not convenient for us to reveal our identities. Commodore frowned. The thugs were getting closer. Quite a number of people looked at Commodore, who was wearing a cloak and hiding himself in the driver's seat. Glover is right. We cannot be held back here. Let's go immediately. Thales made his final decision. We'll talk about it another day. At that moment, hey! At the other end of the street, among the thugs who were getting closer and closer, the leader called Redmore spoke to their carriage. Guess over there, aren't you coming over to play? Commodore and Thales' expressions changed slightly. Do you know that one-night stands are on sale today? As Redmore spoke, he made a gesture. The thugs around them quietly spread out and surrounded them. This is bad. Thales mumbled. In the next second, Glover resolutely opened the door on the other side and climbed out of the carriage. He moved to the driver's seat without touching the ground and squeezed Commodore to the side. Let me do it. Commodore was still hesitating. But Glover pulled the reins without warning and shouted angrily, Sit tight. As the horses neighed, the carriage instantly started moving. Asterisk thud, thud, thud. Asterisk Thales did not have time to react. He staggered and crashed against the wall behind him. He quickly extended his hands to support himself. The thugs' pursuit and Redmore's exasperated shouts came from outside the carriage. Damn, I knew there was something wrong with it. Glover, who was driving the carriage, had a cold expression on his face. He hurriedly urged the horse, and the carriage sped out of the street and continued to accelerate. Vanguard Glover. Ouch, my nose. Slow down, His Highness is still in the carriage. Commodore's pained cry came from the driver's seat. It was obvious that he had hit his nose while he was speeding. The wheels rolled on the stone road and jolted back and forth. Thales trembled in the carriage and felt as if his soul was about to ascend to heaven. The scenery outside the window quickly receded, and the shocked faces of the passers-by were reflected like a trotting horse lantern. It was in the afternoon, and there were not many people on Red Street Market. However, their horse carriage was rampaging without any restraint, causing the passers-by to scream and retreat. Along the way, they even knocked over a hawker's stall, causing a wave of curses. "Stop it! Stop it! The Brotherhood will reward you handsomely." The voices of Reedmore and a group of thugs came from behind, sounding more and more urgent. "But get lost!" Glover shouted and whipped out his horse whip to chase the passers-by away. "What's the point of getting a bounty if you're dead?" Asterisk clatter, clatter, clatter. Asterisk the carriage sped up, and they did not care about where they were going. "No, no, no, watch the road!" Commodore screamed in shock. The carriage could not avoid it and broke a clothes-drying pole. A few pieces of clothing flew into the carriage window. The unlucky Thales tried his best to maintain his balance. He could not dodge in time, and his face was covered by a woman's bra. Damn it! The prince pulled the bra off his face in exasperation. "Oh my God, this is the fastest and worst horse carriage I've ever sat in." The horse carriage sped forward, and the pursuers did not stop. The road in Red Street Market was a mess. "Take a shortcut and stop them. Son of AB***. Reedmore shouted angrily and gave his orders. A group of people from the pursuing team immediately separated and disappeared into the alley. Damn it, they are the local tyrants. They know the way. Commodore, who finally managed to stabilize himself in the driver's seat, said anxiously, "Have you thought about where to go? Go back the same way we came?" Glover's expression was calm, and he pretended that he did not hear anything. He only focused on urging the horse and drove the carriage faster. However, in the next second, the zombie's arm tightened its muscles and pulled back its arm fiercely. Asterisk thump. Asterisk amid the sorrowful cries of the horses and the sound of hooves being pulled back, the entire carriage came to an abrupt stop and turned around. One of the wheels was thrown into the air, and the carriage flew into the air. At that moment, it was as if time had slowed down. Thales' eyes slowly widened. In the carriage, his body also rose into the air. The scenery outside the carriage window moved up and revealed a lady who was drying her underwear on a balcony on the second floor. She also exchanged a glance with Thales in the carriage in surprise before she disappeared from his sight. Damn it! Outside the carriage, before Commodore's sorrowful cry could finish, it was drowned out by the howling wind. In such a dangerous position, the carriage, which had half of its wheels empty, went along with the powerful inertia and crashed into an alley. Commodore was not the only one who was unlucky. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Thales spun 180 degrees in the air before he crashed into the carriage at the back. Giddy up! Glover shouted angrily again. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the half of the wheels in the air landed on the ground again. It trembled and sped up again. Damn it! The carriage stabilized again. The prince crawled up from the sofa in the carriage in agony and cursed in his heart. Forget that this is not a carriage to the clubhouse, but he still wants to speed up to make the turn? Those who don't know might think that you're going to catch a thief. No, catch a prawn. Before Thales' soul could land, he discovered to his horror that the walls outside the window were getting closer and closer. Asterisk thud, 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 asterisk in the extreme tremors, the prince activated the sin of Hell's River and held onto the wall of the carriage tightly. He moved closer to the small window behind the driver's seat. "Where are we going?" Thales' words were strangled in his throat. Through Glover's shoulder he saw in despair. In front of the carriage, there was only an alley that was getting narrower, dimmer, and darker. It seemed like there was no way out. It was a dead end. "Over there. Follow closely." Even though he could not see them, the shouts of his pursuers became more urgent, as if they were right beside him. As he stared at the alley that was as narrow as a grain of rice, Thales felt a chill in his heart. They can't get through. The horses whined helplessly. The walls on both sides were getting closer and closer. Thales gulped. Should I ask Glover to stop the carriage? The Brotherhood is not easy to deal with. But if I reveal my identity, they might not dare to do anything. The news of the Duke of Star Lake wreaking havoc in Red Street Market with a carriage full of underwear might spread throughout the kingdom. When he recalled the king's expression and the Black Prophet's smile, Thales felt a headache coming on. But reality always exceeded his expectations. Hold on tight. Glover did not intend to slow down at all. Instead, he whipped the horse even more fiercely and violently, forcing it to increase its speed and charge forward into the dim and narrow alley. Seeing that the carriage was about to be destroyed, Thales was shocked. He was about to shout for them to stop. "No, zombie, it's too narrow, we can't get through." Commodore's panicked voice rose again. He even blurted out Glover's nickname. "Trust me." But Glover pressed his companion down and shouted angrily, "I know the dimensions of this place. We can get in." In the next second, the carriage charged into the narrow alley without stopping. The tarpaulin above them blocked the sunlight, and the surroundings were instantly dark. "Trust me." Glover's voice was a little distorted. The windows on both sides dimmed at the same time. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk a terrifying grinding sound rose beside his ears. Thales tried his best to sit in the middle. He closed his eyes and stretched his legs to block the carriage. He swore, if he survived, he would definitely give an order. For the rest of his life, Glover could forget about touching the carriage's reins again. However, asterisk thump, 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 asterisk after a series of uneasy bumps, the prince realized to his surprise that the carriage gradually steadied. In the next second, his eyes lit up. Sunlight appeared outside the window again. The horse panted and pulled the carriage out of the alley in pain. It then drove into the main road. It gave a plaintive cry to its surly master. But it could only receive another merciless whipping. "All right, we are safe." Glover's tone became steady. Commodore, who was beside him, was still panting. As he stared at the street outside the window that became clearer, Thales exhaled. He had just calmed down from the shock. The carriage began to slow down. But behind them, the sound of footsteps that were chasing after them approached them rapidly, but they disappeared in an instant. "Damn it!" Redmore cursed, but he was soon gone with the wind. The sound of pursuit became softer and further away. Commodore held onto the carriage and looked behind him in puzzlement. "Why are they not chasing us anymore? This is Blood Bottle Gang's jurisdiction." Glover did not even turn his head. He only held the reins calmly. "As you said, the Brotherhood has an agreement with them to divide Red Street Market. No one dares to cross the boundary easily." The carriage regained its normal speed and traveled steadily for a while. The passers-by no longer looked at them in surprise and bewilderment. A few minutes later, they were finally certain that they had broken away from the pursuit. Glover sized up the rear warily for the last time before he returned the reins to Commodore. With different emotions, the three of them exhaled at the same time. But, Vanguard Glover, once he regained his ability to think normally, Commodore was the first to ask a question. "I remember saying that every time he brought people to Red Street Market to play, you always refused." The former police officer drove the carriage carefully. At the same time, he looked at Glover in puzzlement. "But how do you know this place so well? You even travel through the alleys with ease? Just like going home." Commodore suppressed this sentence in his heart. Thales did not say anything, but he also moved closer to the small window and looked at Glover. Glover's expression did not change. But the teenager keenly noticed that the zombie's arm was slowly tightening around him with his hell senses. Because Glover stared at the street expressionlessly, and his words came to a halt. A few seconds later, the zombie closed his eyes and exhaled, as if he had given up on something. "Because I grew up here." At that moment, Thales and Commodore were both stunned. "It's here." Glover opened his eyes when he faced their puzzled gazes. His tone was dejected, and his expression was solemn. "Red Street Market." At that second, Glover stared at the main road of Red Street Market quietly. His gaze was subtle, and the meaning behind it was difficult for others to understand. The sound of horse hooves continued, and the wheels of the carriage did not stop. Thales and Commodore spent a few seconds before they recovered from this news. "They didn't tell me." Commodore coughed. He felt a little awkward. "Because no one knows. When I joined the guards, my file was partially sealed." Glover's voice was hoarse and dull, like a bad student who flipped open a book on a subject he was the least skilled in. "In Mindy's Hall, the only one who knows about this is Lord Mallows." Thales stared at his back quietly in the carriage. Amid the noisy voices of the people and the monotonous sounds of the carriage, Commodore, who had accidentally learned of his colleague's secret, nodded in embarrassment. "Really? That's why I said, Yes. Glover spoke slowly. He admitted to it while he was filled with complicated emotions. A long, long time ago, I once lived here, on the streets of Red Street Market. I was a member of Blood Bottle Gang. He exuded a rotten and dark presence as he said hoarsely, "Child beggar." At that moment, Thales shuddered. Child beggar? Glover, child beggar? In the carriage, the prince was in a daze and did not speak. Child beggar? Commodore was shocked and bewildered. His gaze moved back and forth between the surrounding streets and Glover, who was covered in darkness. But, Your Excellency, are you not a member of the 7 Jade Star attendants, the Wind Knight Glover family? Thales coughed loudly and interrupted Commodore's words. The two people outside the carriage turned their heads at the same time. I think we have alerted some people. Thales resisted the urge to look at Glover with a gaze other than when he looked at his subordinates. Instead, he tried hard to maintain his normal tone and said seriously, "We have to hide for a while." The three of them were silent for a while. Of course. Commodore understood what he meant. He averted his gaze and no longer stared at his colleague with a strange gaze. The zombie cast Thales a glance. In the end, he nodded slightly and looked at the road ahead. Follow me. First-class Vanguard Caleb Glover, who was born with a noble background, sneered softly. There was a mocking tone in his words that he thought only he understood. I know the way. Chapter 595. I can't figure it out either. Let's go to the usual place to read it. This can also be considered as a great promotion for free reading. Kingdom Bloodline, Chapter 87. I know the road, currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 596. In a deserted alley, Thales stepped down from the carriage while wearing a cloak. He was sandwiched between Commodore and Glover, who were dressed similarly. The way the two of them looked around vigilantly made them look like guilty patrons who were cheating on their wives. Glover led the way. They passed through 2 doorways skillfully, and after making several turns in different alleys and windows, while deftly avoiding the clothes hangers that extended overhead, including the spilled dirty water, they arrived at the back door of a mysterious house. The path was uneven and filthy. Along the way, he even met a few child beggars with wary gazes. It made Thales absent-minded, and he felt like he was dreaming of his childhood. I feel a little dizzy. We just came here to lie low for a while. Commodore rubbed his forehead, which was accidentally hit by a window. He sized up the wooden door in front of him. But where exactly is this place? Don't tell me it's some unruly illegal inn. Obviously, this former police officer who was used to serving the nobles in the inner city was not used to this kind of place. Thales could not help but laugh. The standard of legal and illegal did not really apply here. In fact, almost all the legal shops in Red Street Market, which had been operating for many years, had more or less illegal methods, and most of the illegal businesses had legal cover. It's an old shop, we just came in through the back door. Glover pulled his hood tight and shook his head at them. Then he pulled open the old, shabby, and stingy back door. He skillfully lifted the crimson curtain and led them into the dimly lit room. Thales and Commodore followed them into the house, and they immediately realized that it did not fit in with the alley outside. The lights here were warm, and the air was filled with a fresh fragrance that made people feel relaxed. The porch of the gatehouse was covered with silk curtains and tulle. The design and arrangement were unique, and the decorative paintings and tapestries were quite artistic. It's just the atmosphere. Thales vaguely heard the laughter of a man and a woman in one of the rooms through Hell's senses. It's a little weird. Glover hid his face under the cloak. He ignored a young girl who was scantily dressed and carrying a wine set as she walked past them. He led them up the creaking wooden stairs and into a corridor filled with rooms on the 2nd floor. Oh, I feel like I have been here before. Commodore scratched his head. A crisp bell rang above their heads, and the three of them looked up at the same time. It was a tall, slender, and beautiful girl wearing a thin veil. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and her eyebrows were picturesque. She sat contentedly on the stairwell of the third floor, shaking her pair of fair and bare feet as she smiled at them. The young girl skipped down the steps in a lively manner, the bells on her ankles tinkling delightfully. "Welcome to Laurel Club." But as soon as she spoke, the expressions of the three of them changed. Thales could immediately tell from the person's neutral tone that it was not a young girl. Instead, it was a fair-skinned, delicate-looking young man who was so handsome that it was hard to distinguish his gender. In fact, his clothes were thin, and his neck and thighs were wrapped in thin gauze. His movements were gentle and delicate, which made people want to love him. The expressions of the three immediately became strange. "Ah, since you're able to come in from here, I can tell that you're esteemed guests with extraordinary backgrounds." The teenager smiled in a friendly manner. He was a little bashful and shy. "Your humble servant Xianxia is at your service." The young man casually flipped his hair, exuding a wonderful charm. Glover looked around for a while before he frowned. "Where's Aunt Ellie?" The pretty teenager named Xianxia blinked playfully and circled around the three of them. She swayed her hips, and her figure was alluring. "Unfortunately, she passed away a few weeks ago. Don't worry, it's definitely not syphilis. We are a legitimate club, and we have strict and regular medical checks." Glover's expression became gloomy. Commodore cast a glance at the prince and his colleagues. He knew that he had to be the one to negotiate with them, so he coughed and moved forward. We want to keep a low profile." He habitually took out a few copper coins and stuffed them into Xianxia's hands. Xianxia beamed. He flipped his palm, and the copper coins instantly disappeared without a trace. "Understood. My three bosses, you went through the back door, so there won't be any problems." Thales noticed that there was a strange sense of exquisiteness in his voice. Not only was there no deliberate fake voice, it sounded natural and at ease. In addition, the teenager's every movement was charming, and in an instant, his gender was somewhat blurred. "So, how many of you are there? What services do you want?" Xianxian stopped circling them. He curled his fingers and started to play with a corner of the thin veil. His gaze landed on Thales, who appeared to be the most low-profile and delicate among them. "We are a famous and time-honored club. We have role-playing, plot reenactments, bondage abuse, group sports. We have everything. By the way, the northern style is very popular in the capital recently. We happen to have a new girl or boy." Commodore gulped and looked at Thales with a troubled expression. "Actually, we just need a place to rest." Glover pushed Commodore away. His face was expressionless and his tone was cold. "We want Lillian's services." The zombie moved his feet and blocked Thales. "Three of you? You want Sister Lillian?" The delicate and gentle teenager furrowed his eyebrows slightly. While he pondered, he poked his cheeks. There was a different kind of cuteness to him. He stood on tiptoe and looked at the short and sturdy Commodore and Thales, who had his head lowered. When Glover saw this, he blocked the prince again. He tugged at the scarf around his neck. Perhaps you need a few more young ladies or young men." When he said this, Xianxian blushed slightly and blinked shyly. "You know, I can also—" "No." Glover stiffly interrupted Xianxian, who was intentionally or unintentionally revealing his fair neck. "As long as it's Lillian." When she saw that the other party was not interested in her, Xianxian looked disappointed. "Hey, Lady Lillian is our top hostess." A thought appeared in his head. He twisted his body and squeezed in front of Thales. "We are very busy right now. Why don't I introduce Olivia and Cosette to you?" But Glover pressed down on Xianxian's shoulder as she moved closer to Thales. Xianxian let out a soft, "ah." He pressed against Glover's iron wrist, and his gaze was resentful. The zombie's expression froze. He subconsciously let go of Xianxian and said coldly, "I may not have been here for a long time, but I know the rules. Bring us to Lillian, or just call Grandmother Laurel. Let's see what she has to say." Xianxian looked aggrieved. All right. Lillian it is. She's so fierce. She keeps mentioning Grandmother Laurel. How should I address her?" "It's none of your business." Glover was about to refuse, but Thales nudged his waist gently. Thales coughed under his cloak and walked in front of Glover. Raphael. His name is Raphael Lindbergh. Commodore and Glover looked at each other. Xianxia quirked an eyebrow. He looked at Thales, who only revealed the lower half of his face. He suddenly moved closer to Thales and smiled mischievously. What about you? Who is this young man? Xianxia's fragrance wafted into his nose. Thales was shocked and took a step back. Wuxia, my name is Wuxia. Xianxia's gaze wandered about. She repeated the name a few times softly with a contemplative expression. You, just talk to me. Glover cut in between them stiffly. My brother is still young. Stay away from him. He stared warily at the beautiful teenager who welcomed the guests. Xianxia puffed up her cheeks and stared at the big man who blocked Thales' way. It's okay, Raphael. Thales smiled gently and gestured for the unsociable zombie to step back. Relax, be friendly. The prince flashed a friendly smile at Xianxia. Don't mind him. That's how my brother is. When he saw Thales' actions, the beautiful teenager beamed with joy again. It's okay, Wuxia. Xianxia smiled happily at Thales. I'm doing this for your sake. When Glover was not paying attention, the teenager, whose gender was indistinguishable, made a playful bow sound at Thales with his lips. He then turned around and left while the clear bell rang. You want to see Big Sister Lillian, right? All right, come with me. Thales used his gaze to signal at the two people, who looked rather uneasy, and followed after her. The three of them followed Xianxia. They moved through the curtains and entered the corridor with an ambiguous atmosphere. Damn it. Thales stared at Xianxia's graceful figure in front of him. He heard Commodore mumble behind him. This boy is prettier than a girl. That's not a boy, Glover replied softly. He was still wary. He's a eunuch. Commodore was shocked. What? Glover held Commodore tightly and whispered, They go through strict selection and training. They go through strict selection and training. They are castrated when they are very young. Their male organs are removed to prevent them from having Adam's apple, vigorous hair, developed muscles, broad bones, and other masculine features. They enter the palace and serve the nobles. Thales was equally shocked. He stared at Xianxia's slender and delicate back and frowned. Commodore's shock had yet to fade. I know that there were eunuchs in ancient times, but I thought that this kind of people had already gone extinct. They have indeed gone extinct here. They have been out of fashion since the age of the Empire. Glover's tone was still stiff. The ones you see now are basically transported by sea from the eastern peninsula or the outer islands in the west. Commodore's curiosity did not diminish. He continued to ask in a whisper. Eunuchs. Thales lowered his head and pondered. At this moment, a pleasant fragrance entered his nose. How old are you? Thales was shocked. It was only then that he realized that Xianxia had already come to his side without him noticing. She was pressing against his arm. What? Xianxia covered her mouth and laughed. She touched Thales' shoulder. I've seen irresponsible older brothers bringing their younger brothers to have a taste. Thales twitched his eyebrows awkwardly. But at this age, your older sisters will not take you seriously. They will either laugh at you and tease you, or they will drain you dry, whether it be your wallet or your body. Xianxia hugged Thales' arm and leaned her head against his shoulder, whether intentionally or not. Why don't I bring you out for a drink and a walk? When your older brothers are done with their business, you can go back with them. As he felt the softness of her body and the fresh fragrance, Thales' body stiffened. He resisted the urge to shake her off. I can't. Let me tell you a secret. Xianxia gently lifted the hood beside Thales' ear. Her hot breath tickled his ear. Actually, things between a man and a woman are not fun at all. What? Thales turned his head stiffly. Xianxia blinked and smiled brightly. Really? Her voice was sweet and gentle. When men come to Red Street Market, Xianxia glanced behind her in disdain and tightened her grip on Thales' arm. It's not because it's comfortable, and it's not because they want to do it. Xianxia snorted softly and pouted. They come here to do it because they can't find anyone else to do it, or they want to prove something by doing it. They want to create an atmosphere or achieve something, just like your brother brought you here. Thales blinked. So? Xianxia stared into his eyes in a serious manner. That's not fun. What's more, you have to be with 2 other men, even if they are your older brothers. Thales' expression became more and more awkward. Looking at the other party's embarrassed look, the beautiful teenager burst into laughter. How do you know about things between a man and a woman? Thales tried hard to think of a way to escape and retorted casually. You're not. Xianxia's face turned pale. She lowered her head and bit her lip. Thales felt the hand that was holding him tremble. Looking at Xianxia's disappointed expression, the prince reacted. Sorry, I mean no harm, but Xianxia suddenly raised her head and broke into a smile. I know you didn't do it on purpose. The gentle and beautiful teenager revealed a cunning look. You're different from them. Xianxia paused for a second and smugly whispered in his ear. You're still a virgin. Thales was instantly petrified. Xianxia tugged at his arm and continued to move forward. But let me tell you, it's your first time doing it with a woman. That's nothing. The teenager stuck close to Thales, and the fragrance of his body filled Thales' nose. It's your first time doing it with a man, or even someone who isn't a man and a woman. That's what I call interesting. Thales widened his eyes and was momentarily at a loss. Seeing his reaction, Xianxia giggled even more. The teenager, who was prettier than a girl, held Thales' palm and rhythmically tickled the back of the prince's hand. You know, if it were me, I could show you a lot of interesting tricks and ways to play. My body can do a lot of things that you can't imagine, the kind that even big sisters can't do. Believe me, you'll be so happy that you won't be able to find your bearings. Xianxia winked at him in a profound manner. Her voice was filled with charm. Thales stared at him in a daze, and his face heated up a little. Hey, I told you. Glover's angry shout rose from behind him. He finally noticed Xianxia, who had appeared beside Thales without him noticing. Stay away from my little brother. The zombie extended his hand and pulled Thales back to his side. He pointed at Xianxia's nose and warned her. Or get closer to my fist. Xianxia glared at him with an aggrieved expression. Then she threw Thales a resentful look, snorted softly, and turned her head around. But this time, the teenager moved his hips and shouted in a loud and clear manner, It's Master Raphael's business. Master Raphael's business. The 3 of you, please look for Miss Lillian. Glover and Commodore's expressions changed. I told you, keep a low profile. Commodore hurriedly rushed forward, but when he thought of the other party's identity, he only extended his hand halfway before he trembled and lowered it. Xianxia snorted delicately and walked casually in the corridor. She said loudly in an unconcerned manner, Oh, sorry. Master Raphael wants to keep a low profile. Glover was enraged. He was about to say something, but Thales pulled him back and stopped him from arguing with Xianxia. It's okay. Thales smiled stiffly. Xianxia, you just need to lead the way. Commodore coughed and stopped provoking the coquettish eunuch teenager. He turned his head around and whispered to Glover. I think that maybe you should be nicer to him, Glover glared at him. But at that moment, the door on the side opened. A hand suddenly stretched out and pressed down on Xianxia's shoulder. Ouch! Xianxia shuddered in an exaggerated manner, and her face turned pale. Under the dim light, a well-built man who looked like he was not to be trifled with lifted the curtain and appeared in front of them. The man was dressed in a simple and low-key dark-colored regular robe. His face was also hidden under the cloak, and he looked no different from a brothel customer who came to seek pleasure, just like the 3 of them. They are looking for Lillian? The cloaked man's voice was boorish and deep, and he harbored malicious intentions. When they saw that someone was blocking their way, Glover and Commodore frowned at the same time. They went forward together and blocked Thales behind them. Sir, you scared me, Xianxia panted to calm her breathing. She did not forget to use the opportunity to rub the man's muscular forearm. That's right. Look, it's Master Raphael. He and his brothers specifically asked for Miss Lillian. What's wrong? The brothel customer under the cloak let go of Xianxia and Commodore. He slowly walked to the three of them and sized up Glover, who was the leader, under the dim light. Zombie instinctively lowered his head so that the man could not see his face clearly. So you're the three of you who are hiding around and want Lillian to accompany you? Raphael? The brothel customer observed the two of them before he looked at Thales, who was behind them. He smiled in disdain. If I were to guess, you're a guard who came out to play with a certain young master? Glover snorted coldly. It's none of your business. When he heard that the man's tone was very harsh, the customer under the cloak also changed his tone. You're so familiar with this? So, you were the one who came to Lillian in the past? Glover hesitated for a moment before he turned his head around and cast a glance at Thales. Yes, so what if I was? But the customer sneered and curled his lips, which were exposed under the cloak. Very well. I'll pay you double. The brothel customer brought out a heavy bag of money and placed it in Xianxia's hands without a care in the world. I'll pay for Lillian from afternoon to night. Glover's expression changed drastically. Thales and Commodore looked at the heavy bag of money and looked at each other. They felt resigned and speechless. Xianxia weighed the bag of money in her hands and cast a glance inside. She instantly looked delighted. Thank you, boss. Boss, you're so generous. The teenager gave her a thumbs up before he cast a provocative glance at Glover. He then quickly moved in front of the new customer. All right, boss who will pay you double, please come with me. We welcome generous and straightforward people like you the most, but unexpectedly, Glover raised his head swiftly and pressed down on Xianxia, who was about to turn around. You want Lillian as well? Zombie asked coldly. Yes, the man sneered. From today to night, I'm afraid she won't have time to accompany you. Glover was silent for a while. Commodore coughed softly. Why don't we change triple? Zombie ignored Commodore. He suppressed his anger, pulled out his bag of money, and threw it to Xianxia. We'll pay you triple. You can get lost now. This time, it was Thales and Commodore's turn to be stunned. Raphael? Commodore hesitantly patted Glover's shoulder. It's best if we don't. Generous. Generous. Boss, you are even more generous. Xianxia weighed the two bags of money in her hands and blinked happily. She immediately stood beside the trio again. She turned her head around and cast a glance at the cloaked brothel customer before she spread her hands in resignation. Then, customer, since Sir Raphael said so, I can't do anything about it, triple? The brothel customer sneered under the cloak and took a step forward. What? So what if you're rich? Glover clenched his fists and snorted angrily. The man arrived in front of Glover. He was not any weaker than Glover. Do you know who I am? Do you know that I can make you stay in the jail from tonight until next week with a flick of my finger? I don't King care who you are. Glover did not take a single step back. His expression was as cold as ice. Lillian is mine. There's no room for discussion. Glover and the other party exchanged a tit-for-tat glance in the dark. Very well, the brothel customer clicked his tongue and said. He suppressed his boorish voice and took out another banknote. Then I'll pay you quadruple. If it's not enough, I'll add more. From today onwards, Lillian is mine. I'll pay you alone. Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. But before she could calculate how much she could get from this, Glover spoke again. It doesn't matter how many times you pay me. Zombie continued to take a step forward. He was almost touching the brothel customer's forehead. The threat in his words was filled with bone-chilling coldness. You? Get lost immediately. Lillian is mine, and she's mine only. The man said in a deep voice, I dare you to say it again. I'll talk. Glover did not show any signs of weakness. You get lost. Thales had never seen such a persistent side to Glover. He and Commodore looked at each other before they went forward anxiously. Glover, Raphael, we can't do this. But Glover seemed to be in a rage. He turned a deaf ear to them. When Xianxia saw that the situation was about to go out of control, he quickly raised his voice in an attempt to get more people to come over, even though he was used to seeing customers fighting for a man's favor. Fives. Mr. Lindbergh? You can't say that. Laurel Club has its rules. All those who come are customers. But he was immediately interrupted. The brothel customer looked up coldly and revealed a chin that was as sharp as a knife. He said, "What's your name?" "Lindbergh." Glover laughed angrily. "Prophet." The zombie exuded an ominous presence, and there was a fierce glare in his eyes. "Raphael Lindbergh. Do you have a problem with that?" The brothel customer turned his head slightly. His aura also changed. "I have no problem with that. It's just that the person with this name happens to be working for a cop." The brothel customer gently unbuttoned his cloak and began to exercise his knuckles. "He has a grudge against me." The cloaked man's tone was very ominous. Glover's gaze became even sharper. Even his unsmiling face looked ferocious in contrast. "Very well." Glover clenched his fists, and his voice was as cold as ice. "Then I will avenge him." When she saw that both of them had begun to exercise their limbs, Xianxia cleverly took a step back. As Xianxia shouted, the doors in the corridor opened one after another. Curious heads popped out from the gaps between the doors. Most of them were young girls with beautiful bodies and revealing clothes. They watched the conflict that was about to erupt with interest. "Wow, it's for Lillian again? Oh my, the life of a top hostess is so good. Well, she's the one who's going to take over as a wet nurse. I think Xianxia is up to no good again. Is she a noble? Is she a noble? The kind who has money and power to keep me as her mistress? Both of them are my type. I can take them both. Tiski, look at that money bag. I reckon there are 30 gold coins. There's a sideshow. I bet that the one on the left will win." As they whispered among themselves, Thales and Commodore looked around and thought that they were in trouble. The latter grabbed Glover's shoulder, but the zombie broke free from his grip. "All of you step back," Glover said coldly. "Give me 30 seconds. "No need." The cloaked man was completely unconcerned. He shook his head. 10 seconds will be enough." Thales was about to say something, but in the next second, the cloaked man and Glover moved at the same time. Bang. A strong gust of wind spread in all directions, and the two men's arms collided. The cloaked man used his palm to block Glover's fist in front of him. Both of them could guess the other's strength, and they frowned at the same time. Commodore only had time to pull Thales back. He was exasperated. "Damn it, looks like he's trained." The cloaked man sensed his opponent's strength, and his arm trembled slightly as they wrestled. "You served in the army before?" Glover, who had attacked, had a ferocious look on his face. His gaze was fierce. He gritted his teeth and said, "On your mother's bed." The cloaked man's gaze changed. Both fists retreated at the same time before they collided. Thud. This was the first time Thales saw Glover use force. The Vanguard's fists and kicks advocated offense. They were ruthless, direct, and shockingly powerful. His fists were imbued with the power of eradication, and wherever they went, a strong gust of wind would blow, causing people's expressions to change. But his opponent was obviously not a weakling either. The cloaked man faced the fierce punches, but he did not avoid them. He fought with his fists, and he did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Both of them attacked without holding back. They did not care about the fists that landed on their bodies either. They seemed to have made up their minds to attack each other until the end. Oh no, this is also a superclass fighter, and his power of eradication is the type that leans towards offense. Commodore protected Thales, and he was extremely anxious. How are we going to end this? Thales also had a headache. They were only here to avoid the Brotherhood's search, but they did not expect to run into Glover, who was known to be taciturn and unsociable, fighting with someone over a girl. The two brawny men made quite a commotion when they fought. The spectators behind the doors on both sides of the corridor watched with great interest, and they occasionally commented, "Oh my, they're fighting again. Come and see. Where's Blood Bottle Gang? Are they just going to ignore us after receiving protection fees? Tinker. Were you Tinker? Manage the order. Grandmother Laurel is going to have a headache again. Don't. That's my favorite curtain. Thud. The fist hit the man, and a dull thud rose. Lillian is mine. Glover grabbed the man's arm and slammed him against the wall. He gritted his teeth. You, stay away from her. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the cloaked man charged back and pushed Glover to the other side of the corridor. Hee, are you one of those rich nobles who came to look for Lillian? Bah, are you even worthy? Asterisk thud. Asterisk a loud sound rose. Glover threw a hook at the man, and he staggered backwards. He roared in anger. You cannot come and look for her again. The man coughed up a few drops of blood. He turned around and pushed Glover to the ground. Asterisk crash. Asterisk, I should be the one saying that. Both of them fell to the ground. The man tried his best to grab Glover's neck, but the latter tried his best not to let him lock his neck. Lillian is free. She can follow whoever she wants. Glover flipped over and counterattacked. He pinned his opponent under his body. Nonsense, are you going to get lost or not? Within a few minutes, both of them were truly enraged, and they completely forgot about themselves. They fought with their fists and kicks to the fight on the ground, and they used their skills to lock hands to wrestle with each other. Thales frowned secretly as he watched. Commodore slapped his thigh while he watched by the side. Damn it, this is not over. He turned around and looked at Thales, who was frowning. Your Highness, stay where you are. I have to handle this. Thales watched the two people who were locked in a stalemate with their fists flying everywhere. He asked in puzzlement, Are you sure? Commodore removed his cloak and smiled in a relaxed manner. It's nothing. You know, when I was still in the police station in the inner city, I had to protect those rich nobles when they went out, and I have seen a lot of this kind of jealousy. Thales still had doubts. But Commodore exercised his fists, and his face was full of confidence. As long as we separate them and let both of them have a way out. Thales wanted to say something, but Commodore had already rushed into the fight. Are you done? The guard displayed the close-quarters combat skills he displayed when he sparred with Thales. He threw a punch here and a jab there, and he separated Glover and his opponent perfectly. He pushed both of them against the wall. Both of them gasped for breath and got up from the ground. Commodore showed Thales a smile that said, Everything is under my control, and extended his hand to stop the two people who were still fighting. His tone was filled with the awe-inspiring and solemn tone he had when he was in the police station. Listen to me, there is no need for us to be here for a woman, but in the next moment, Thales' expression changed. He saw Glover get up, roar, and throw a punch forward. F***CKU. The cloaked man supported himself against the wall and turned his head around. With a savage expression, he turned around and delivered an elbow strike. Go! Bang! The Commodore stood in the middle and acted as the mediator. Before his smile disappeared, he was caught off guard. He suffered two merciless blows, and he trembled violently. Thales could feel it, and he covered his face in pain. In the next second, Commodore's eyes rolled back, and he fell backward with his back straight. Chapter 597. When they saw that it was a third person who was fighting, the two people who were fighting came back to their senses and were stunned. F***CK, didn't I tell you to step back? This was the exasperated Glover. You don't look like much. This was the cloaked patron who was gloating. Their gazes met again, and anger rose in their hearts. Without waiting for Thales to speak, Glover pounced on him again. F***CKU. The cloaked patron did not want to be outdone. He returned the favor with a punch. F***CKU too. With a thud, the two men's figures collided again. They separated and reunited, and they fought to their heart's content. Listen up, if you dare to touch Lillian with your filthy hands. Hiss. Does it hurt? Hee, if you harass her again, this is hard. I have never lost a fight since I was young. I have never fought before, because no one dares to fight me. I have killed more people than the girls you have slept with. What? The girls I have slept with are ***. Thales looked at Commodore, who was unconscious on the ground, and the two people who were happily fighting with each other. He rubbed his face, feeling a headache coming on. He did not know what to do. Even louder discussions came from the cracks in the doors on both sides of the corridor. At this moment, a loud and stern female voice came from afar. Enough. This is Laurel Club. For some reason, when they heard this voice, the two people who were wrestling on the ground shuddered at the same time. Thales turned his head around. A beautiful woman came with a lamp. She had a nice figure, and her eyes were gentle. Behind her was a listless and sickly man, and the obedient and innocent Sissy. When this beauty appeared, not only did Glover and his opponent stop fighting, even the whispers on both sides of the corridor became softer. The beauty's steps were light, and her waist was slender. At that moment, her face was as cold as ice. She walked to Thales' side. The prince quickly lowered his head and watched the two people who were fighting. "You get up." The beauty spoke harshly and glared at the man under the cloak. But her every frown and smile was charming. Even her anger was enchanting. The man looked up and said awkwardly, "Miss Lillian." The beautiful woman named Lillian frowned and said angrily, "Move." The burly man quickly let go of Glover and scrambled to get up in a sorry state. "So, this is the star of Laurel Club, Miss Lillian?" Thales muttered. Glover panted and stared at Lillian blankly. Lillian stared at Glover for a long time before she said coldly, "Step back." Glover's expression was complicated. At that moment, he seemed to be excited and ashamed. Lillian widened her eyes. "Back off." Glover seemed to have heard a military order. He quickly got up and retreated. Thales suspected that he did not even carry out Mallow's orders so well. Lillian turned around and looked at the gaps in the doors that were opened all around the corridor. "Do you have nothing to do?" Lillian looked around and shouted loudly, "Go! Then go find a man to fuck. If it really doesn't work, then I'll use women." Without waiting for her to speak again, the girls behind the door began to move, and the sound of the door closing rose and fell. The dim and ambiguous corridor became solemn and silent again. Glover and the client hid their bruised and swollen faces under their cloaks again. They stood on both sides of the corridor with their hands behind their backs, like two children who had done something wrong. Lillian raised the lamp and shone it on Commodore, who was groaning in pain on the floor. She frowned. She turned around and ordered the listless man behind her. "Tinker, help him up." The man sighed and went forward to help Commodore up. "Pull yourself together, bro. No one can die in the club." Glover also went forward and helped the man hold Commodore up. At the same time, he called out the man's name. "Hey, Tinker." Tinker cast a glance at Glover and curled up the corners of his lips. "You came at a bad time, Pudgy Dumpling." "Pudgy Dumpling?" Thales was stunned for a moment. He looked at Glover and could not think of the nickname Pudgy Dumpling. Tinker sighed and said, "Mother Laurel is sick from anger." "Mother Laurel is sick from anger. The black ribbons just left." Glover frowned and said, "Black silk robes. You mean the Brotherhood? Are they here to cause trouble?" Tinker shook his head and did not want to say more. He stared at Glover with a distant and complicated gaze. After she dealt with the few people, Lillian turned around and looked at the third person who stood with her head lowered, Xianxia. "Was it fun?" the beautiful woman asked coldly. Xianxia raised her head. She looked surprised and innocent. I was just trying my best to attract customers. You know, the sales. What the hell are you talking about?" Lillian's emotions flared up. She shouted angrily, "I shouldn't have asked a spineless person like you to welcome customers." Xianxia trembled violently. She looked like she was about to cry. "Sister Lillian, I. When Lillian saw Xianxia's pitiful look, her heart softened. She sighed and waved her hand. "Forget it. Hurry up and do what you need to do." Xianxia instantly smiled through her tears. "Hee, sister," Lillian frowned. "Hurry up and get lost. If you continue to hide, the wet nurse will sell you to the desert sooner or later. You will be sold to the barren bone people as food." Xianxia did not dare to delay any longer. She quickly turned around and went downstairs. When she left, she did not forget to make a cute face at Thales. Thales watched the development of the situation and thought, "The situation is complicated. I can't expose my identity yet. It's best for me to keep a low profile and keep quiet." Glover and Tinker helped Commodore to Thale's side and let him lean against the wall to rest. Then, they walked towards Lillian. Glover took a deep breath and said hesitantly, "Lillian, But in the next moment, Lillian gave him a backhand slap. Slap. Get out. Get out. Lillian pointed at the stairs and said sternly. Her voice was a little distorted. You are not welcome here. Thales was shocked. Tinker looked at Glover, who was slapped. He wanted to say something, but he still shut his mouth. Glover touched the side of his face that was slapped. He looked at Lillian in a daze, but he did not get angry. Glover did not dare to look at Lillian. He took a deep breath and shifted his focus to the hooded customer. This guy, is he here? Lillian scowled, and she was very angry. He's my man. Glover was instantly at a loss for words. The man under the cloak trembled violently. He turned his head to look at Lillian mechanically. What? Him? Glover looked at Lillian in a daze, then at the man. He was greatly shocked. Yes, you still don't know, right? He's a regular customer. The club's top hostess, Lady Lillian, hugged the man's arm. She stroked it gently while she deliberately sneered at Glover. He's so long, so hard, and so durable. I like him very much. Every night, I'll make him feel so good. But Thales could feel that the man became a little stiff under Lillian's touch. Yes, I'm her man. Under Lillian's threatening gaze, the hooded customer mechanically allowed the woman to wrap his arm around his shoulder. Glover lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. They trembled slightly under the cloak. He took a deep breath. I'm not here to cause trouble. Tinker sighed by the side. You better be. You've already caused enough trouble. Glover's body stiffened. He subconsciously walked forward. His gaze was eager and guilty. Lillian, Tinker, I'm just here, she said it. The hooded customer next to Lillian quietly broke free from the top hostess. He pressed down on Glover's shoulder and pushed him back. You're not welcome here. But this time, Glover was absent-minded. He was not deliberately fighting back and was defenseless. His back hit the wall when the hooded person pushed him. It affected the whip wound on his back. Glover sucked in a cold breath and hissed through gritted teeth. Lillian's expression changed. Tinker also noticed this and asked in confusion, Fat Dumpling, are you hurt? Glover took a deep breath and shook his head. The hooded customer rubbed his fists proudly. You overestimate yourself. Next time, you better find a suitable pseudonym. But before he finished speaking, Lillian turned around angrily and slapped him with the back of her hand. Slap. The hooded customer was stunned and touched his face innocently. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. Why did you hit him so hard? Lillian pointed at the panting Glover and glared at the hooded man angrily. The hooded man looked at Glover. He was instantly aggrieved and confused. It's not him. Glover panted and said while enduring the pain, It's this morning. This morning I was whipped by my boss. Lillian understood. The lady looked at Glover with a complicated expression. After a while, she said fiercely, Serves you right. She turned around and pushed open a door. She walked in. All of you come in. Tinker, get the first aid kit. The listless man frowned and said, But Lillian urged, Hurry up. Glover shook his head. I've already bandaged him. Lillian turned around and glared at him. Shut up. Hurry up and come in. Glover immediately stopped talking. Thales hid at the side. It was hard to imagine that a man like Glover would have such a gentle side. And the one who fell. Help him in. Thales quickly caught up to them. Together with Glover, they helped Commodore into the room and let him lie down to rest. Lillian pulled out a chair and pushed Glover down without any explanation. She skillfully pulled open his clothes and revealed the bandages on his upper body. They were stained with blood. When Lillian saw this, she snorted angrily. You only know how to cause trouble. Glover lowered his head in shame and did not answer. He was like an obedient kitten. Even though she scolded him harshly, Lillian's hands did not stop. She removed Glover's bandages and skillfully applied medicine on him. Damn it. The hooded client entered the room as well. He rubbed his red and swollen chin while he looked at the blood on Glover's body. He said in surprise, "Did you fight with me while you were injured?" "That's not important." When Glover saw that it was the hooded client, he snorted angrily and refused to show weakness. "Even if my head is chopped off, I can still beat you up." The hooded client snorted softly. "I'd like to see how stubborn you can be until, are you done with your nonsense?" Both of them shut up at the same time. "As for you," Lillian turned around and glanced at the hooded client. "What are you still doing here? Do you really want to do business with me?" Glover raised his head warily. The customer under the cloak shuddered. No. He shook his head and chuckled. All right, I'll leave now." The hooded client tiptoed out of the room and closed the door behind him. "How unlucky." He shook his head and thought. He inadvertently touched the bruise on his face, and he grimaced in pain. At this moment, "Hey, wait." The hooded client lowered his head and found that the shortest guy had slipped out at some point in time and was standing beside him. Thales frowned and scrutinized the man in the cloak. The man immediately put on a stern expression, and the pain on his face disappeared. "But, brat, do you want to help your brother get back at him?" He raised his fist and said fiercely. Thales glanced sideways at the man's cloak and crossed his arms. "If so..." The man snickered. "Don't even think about it. With your physique, you won't be able to do it even if you train for another 10 years. The cloaked man waved his hand in disdain and turned to leave. Thales' expression did not change. He stared at the man's back and said airily, "Cohen?" In the next second, Thales was satisfied to see the man in the cloak tremble. The man froze for a second, then straightened his back as if nothing had happened and continued to walk forward. But Thales' voice rose again. "Cohen, Caribbean?" As expected, Thales saw the man in front of him trip and hold on to the wall so that he would not fall flat on his face. After a full 3 seconds, the hooded client, the first-class police officer of Western City Police Station, Cohen the big blockhead Caribbean, turned his head around while trembling. How did you know?" "I couldn't tell." Thales looked at him in disdain. "I just thought you looked familiar. I was just asking." "Then you confessed." Cohen was stunned for a few seconds. He pulled back his hood, put on a fierce expression, and walked towards him. "You? Which noble's brat are you?" Thales took a step back and hid his face in the shadows. "You don't need to know who I am, you only need to know." But before he could finish, Thales' sin of Hell's River sensed danger and surged. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Cohen's arm came at him like a volcanic eruption. Thales could only raise his hand to block the attack. "Yo," the police officer snorted. "Your reaction is pretty fast." But in the next second, Cohen's attack came in a continuous stream. His fists and elbows intersected. Wait. Before Thales could finish his words, he had to keep up with the rhythm and defend against the police officer's merciless attacks. Fists, elbows, legs, muscles collided, and the suffocating wind generated by the punches. Thales could be considered to have experienced what Glover felt just now. Cohen's attacks were like a surging tide, and each wave was stronger than the last. He could only try his best to defend and had no time to counterattack. The sin of Hell's River roared madly, and it made Cohen's body shine with the sparkling but seemingly endless power of eradication in his body. Within a few seconds, Thales and Cohen exchanged a few blows, and he knew that things were not looking good. This was the first time Thales fought against Cohen, and it was also the first time he felt his opponent's majestic and mighty power of eradication. It was endless and endless. It was hard and forceful, swift and rapid, and difficult to defend against. It was so overwhelming that Thales could not breathe. You think you can threaten me just because you know who I am? Threaten the kingdom's police officer?" Cohen sneered. "You think too much." Thales could not stop his defense at all. He was practically suffocating. Even though he looked stupid and dazed, Cohen's movements were skillful and his strength was astonishing. He suppressed Thales to the point where he could not fight back and could only moan in pain after each exchange. If it was before he entered the Great Desert, he would probably have been defeated in 1 or 2 rounds. Strange, Thales thought as he defended painfully. According to Wuxia, Wasn't this blockhead always very weak in extet, and the one who was beaten up badly by everyone he met? Why is it not like that at all when we fight? Why, you lied to me. Let me tell you. Cohen watched Thales struggle miserably under his hands. He could not help but say smugly, when I was commanding the Northland and beating up the Northland barbarians, who knows where you were? After receiving a straight punch without any fancy moves, Thales finally could not take it anymore. He lost his footing and crashed into the wall. Coming to a place like this at such a young age? I knew it. You good-for-nothings, your brains are full of women. Cohen stretched out his arm and pinned Thales down. If I were your father, I would spank your little butt. Cohen snorted coldly and lifted Thales' hood. At that moment, the air became quiet. Their gazes met. Cohen's eyes widened. The teenager looked embarrassed. A few seconds passed. Cohen. Thales took a deep breath. Listen to me, but, kid. Cohen's tone was at first dazed, then puzzled. You look familiar? It was Thales' turn to be stunned. But he immediately realized that the light in the corridor was too dim, and Cohen did not recognize him. Great. Thales broke free from Cohen's hand and prepared to put on his cloak again. But at that moment, the door to the room opened with a bang, revealing sunlight and illuminating the two people in the corridor. The moment he saw the teenager's face, Cohen's eyes widened. Hey, I need to go to the toilet. Pudgy Dumpling wants you to go in. Tinker's head appeared at the door. But when he saw the posture of the two people hugging each other, he raised his eyebrows and immediately changed his words. Oh, sorry for the interruption. You guys continue. Tinker seemed to be used to this kind of thing. He skillfully apologized and slammed the door shut. The two people who were hugging each other against the wall and looking at each other were once again left in the dim and ambiguous corridor. You are. With the help of the light just now, Cohen finally recognized the teenager in front of him. He could not believe it. Your Highness. Thales was shocked and immediately stopped him from shouting his name. Wuxia. My name is Wuxia. He looked around warily and kept winking at Cohen. Cohen was momentarily stunned. But maybe Cohen knew the real Wuxia, or maybe his brain was working for once since he was also in disguise. The police quickly let go of Thales and chuckled. Oh, Wuxia. So it's you, big brother Wuxia? Cohen patted Thales' shoulder as if they were close brothers. After breaking free, Thales heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the countless doors in the corridor and also put on a fake smile. Yes, what a coincidence, Cohen. Lorbeck. Cohen quickly said, also stopping the prince from shouting his name. I'm Lorbeck Dara. The police smiled sheepishly and pointed at himself. Thales thought of something and chuckled as well. Oh, big brother Lorbeck. He thumped Cohen's chest and the two of them looked around warily. To outsiders, it looked like two good friends who had not seen each other for a long time were both excited. Damn it. Why did I have to meet this blockhead? Damn it. Why did I have to meet this troublemaker? As they exchanged glances, the two of them patted each other's shoulders and chests passionately, with a hint of competition in the dark. With a bang, the door opened again and light spilled out to illuminate the corridor. Can I go to the toilet now? Tinker peeked his head out from the crack of the door and saw the two of them putting their hands on each other. He immediately shut his mouth again. Damn it, it's been so long. Tinker's expression became a little tense. He impatiently retracted his head and closed the door. Are you still doing foreplay? When the door closed, Thales and Cohen came back to their senses and let go of each other awkwardly. Cohen, no, big brother Lorbeck. This is Red Street Market. What are you doing here? Cohen choked. Sea Patrol? Thales raised his eyebrows. Cohen coughed and said sternly, Ahem. You know, I'm the police officer of Western City Police Station. Red Street Market? It's my jurisdiction. Thales looked at him suspiciously. But Cohen suddenly had an idea. The police officer was stern and awe-inspiring. He looked like an astute teacher who caught a student skipping class. Your big brother Wuxia, what are you doing here? This time, it was Thales' turn to choke. The prince paused for a few seconds and looked back at Cohen with the same righteous tone. Patrol. Cohen's cheeks twitched. Thales raised his fist and coughed in his fist. Hem. You know, I'm the second prince of Constellation. The entire capital. Thales looked up and said sternly, "It's my jurisdiction." Cohen was stunned for a second. He then narrowed his eyes and glanced at Thales in disbelief. Thales faked a smile and glared back at him without showing any signs of weakness. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the dim corridor, the prince and the police officer glared at each other, expressing their disdain and dissatisfaction with each other's words and excuses. Just as the two of them stared at each other, wanting to force each other to give in under the pressure of their gazes, with a bang, the door opened again. How much do you want?" Tinker's face appeared at the door, and his expression grew more impatient. But when he saw the two of them standing face to face and looking at each other lovingly, he immediately choked again. F***C. Tinker looked at the two of them who were too preoccupied to care about anything else. In the end, he swallowed his complaints and closed the door while mumbling. "You're even thinking about something." Thales and Cohen snapped out of their daze. They looked away and coughed at the same time. But right after they coughed, the two of them looked up at the same time and explained. "You know, the police station occasionally needs to collect information. The prince also needs to inspect the people occasionally." The two of them spoke their own words. Their voices were mixed together, and they basically did not pay attention to what the other was saying. They could only judge the progress of the conversation through each other's expressions. But fortunately, they were particularly in sync in this aspect and stopped at the same point. "Then, our meeting this time," Cohen said tentatively. Thales heard him and understood. "There's no need to spread it?" The air was quiet for a while. A second later, they looked at each other and nodded with a straight face. The two of them held each other's hands and reached a rare consensus. But, bang! This time, the door was violently and mercilessly pushed open. "I say, it's not like there aren't any vacant rooms." Tinker's head appeared at the door again. "Can you not stand here all the time?" This time, he clenched his fists anxiously and felt inexplicably indignant. "I really need to pee." Chapter 598. When Thales returned to the room, Lillian had already applied medicine on Glover and wrapped him in bandages again. "What is he doing here?" Lillian's hands did not stop moving. She frowned at the confused Thales, then looked at Glover. "Is this your bodyguard mission again? Take care of some noble young master? Including when he went whoring?" Glover glanced at Thales and nodded with a subtle expression. Thales coughed. "Nice to meet you, Miss Lillian. I am the second prince." Under Glover's terrified gaze and Lillian's puzzled gaze, Thales added his words in time and said with a smile, "My attendant. W.I. Casso." Thales put on a fake smile and rubbed his hands together as he stood in the corner. Glover heaved a sigh of relief and lowered his head to drink some water. "Wow, the prince's attendant." Lillian raised her eyebrows and inadvertently exuded 1,000 kinds of flirtatious charm. "You seem very powerful. Have you come here to play?" Thales waved his hand and squeezed himself into a corner. He tried his best to look harmless. No, I just came over to take a look." Lillian sized up his figure and face, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "The prince's attendant." The woman smiled charmingly. "So, little brother Wuxia, your daily job is to feed that prince a cock?" Glover spat out a mouthful of water beside the table. Thales' expression froze as well. "Chi, ha ha ha." Thales' face contorted as he tried his best to ease his embarrassment. "Madam, you are so humorous." Lillian arched her eyebrows and glanced at Glover. "So, Fat Dumpling brought you here to have sex?" Glover's expression froze. Thales waved his hand awkwardly again. "Me? No. But Lillian ignored him. She touched her lips seductively and thought for a moment. "Let me see." No, at his age and in such a condition, greedy whores like Cosette and Olivia would fuck him to death. Lillian's eyes lit up. There was something else in her eyes as she looked at the young man. "Why don't I take the order myself and give you a massage?" Thales was stunned. Bang. "No!" Before Glover could wipe the water from his mouth, he subconsciously slapped the table. "No!" When he saw Glover's anxious, pained, and indignant, and even slightly warning gaze, Thales' heart skipped a beat, and he chuckled. "You've misunderstood, Miss Lillian. I'm really not here to—" Lillian came to a realization and felt a little awkward. "Oh, I understand. You're not looking for a girl to satisfy your cravings." Thales breathed a sigh of relief and smiled sheepishly. "Yes, I'm not," but Lillian rolled her eyes and smiled. "Don't worry, we also have male technicians here." Thales' smile froze. Whether you like a muscular man, a haggard young man, a middle-aged eccentric uncle, or an old man, Thales' expression changed again, and he waved his hands madly. No, I don't want a man either. You don't like men either?" Lillian was taken aback and sized him up again. The hostess of the club looked out the door and finally sighed. "Trust me, young master." Lillian looked at Thales with a strange expression. "Xianxia is beautiful and understands men's needs, but he's not easy to deal with. If you're infatuated with him, you'll suffer." "Xianxia?" Thales was stunned at first, then he reacted. Thales' face was flushed red. He tried his best to skip the word prostitute. "I'm really not here to do business with you." Glover, who had a strange expression for a long time, reminded Thales in a low voice. "Lillian." A few seconds later, the hostess of Laurel Clubhouse giggled when she saw Thales' embarrassment. "I know." Lillian crossed her arms. Her upper body swayed in a seductive arc, but she exuded a capable and experienced air. "I just wanted to see if you really don't know the ropes, or if you're just shy." Thales froze again and stared at her in a daze. Lillian sized him up again, clicked her tongue, and shook her head. "Both." She covered her mouth and laughed. "Ha, a fledgling." Thales' face darkened. He really wanted to explain that he really wasn't, but after Lillian was done teasing him, her expression turned cold. "Now, if you're done, you can get lost." When Glover heard this, he hesitated. "Lillian, I didn't mean to." "Yes. You didn't mean to." Lillian interrupted him harshly. Once again, she showed her uncompromising manner. "You said the same thing last time." Glover's voice froze, and he immediately became listless. Thales gulped. He subconsciously shrank further into the corner to avoid this lovers' quarrel. But Lillian was not done yet. Anger and pain appeared in her eyes. "But the burns, cuts, and whip marks on my body, the humiliation, and the marks are still there." Just as they were talking, this gentle and fierce girl actually didn't care about the taboo and lifted up her thin shirt. She exposed her beautiful upper body in front of the two of them. Thales and Glover were so frightened that they turned their heads away and closed their eyes. "Do you want to see?" Lillian's tone changed a little. She stared at Glover, who had his eyes closed and did not dare to raise his head. She was sad and miserable, but also aggressive. "Your achievements? The things you gave me." Although it was just an unintentional glance, Thales could see that even though her form was beautiful, Lillian's upper body, from her neck to her chest, and from her waist to her abdomen, was full of scars. It was a heart-wrenching sight. He could not help but be shocked. What kind of grudge did Glover and his soulmate accumulate for them to have such a strange relationship? The sound of clothes being put on could be heard in the air. "Open your eyes," Lillian said coldly. "I'm done putting on my clothes." I'm sorry, Lillian." But Glover did not open his eyes. He spoke in pain, and his voice trembled. "I really want to," Lillian cut him off. "Yes, I'm sorry." "Apologize?" Lillian's words were filled with hatred and heartache. It was complicated and subtle. "This is the only thing you can say in the past and in the future." She put on her clothes, sneered, and looked elsewhere. She was like a lover whose heart had died a long time ago. Every *king time. When she said that, Glover's face instantly turned pale. He swayed violently, as though he had suffered a heavy blow. Thales stood quietly in the corner. He did not dare to say a word. This was not his battlefield. A few seconds later, facing the heartless Lillian, Glover stood up dejectedly. "I understand." He pressed the table with difficulty and turned to the door. He even ignored Thales. "I'm leaving now." At that moment, "Wait." Lillian's cold voice traveled into his ears again. Glover's body froze on the spot. "Leave after your blood dries up." Lillian stared at the bandages on his body with a complicated expression. "They will scare away the guests." Lillian's footsteps rang in the air. She walked towards the door. Glover did not move. He did not even dare to turn his head to look at her, let alone speak. "What are you looking at?" Lillian noticed Thales watching from the side. Her gaze became fierce, and she pretended to tear open her clothes. "My asterisk asterisk?" Thales was shocked and quickly lowered his head. Lillian stared at him for a second before she giggled. She pushed the door open and left in a charming manner. "Oomph, fledgling." The sound of the door closing was heard. In the room with ambiguous decorations, Thales and Glover breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The former leaned against the wall, while the latter swayed and sat down on the chair. One of them was deep in thought, while the other was dejected. "Glover?" Thales asked tentatively. "Yes, Your Highness Wuxia?" The dejected Glover only realized that there was no one else in the room when he was halfway through his reply. He switched back to using the honorific title. The conversation stopped there. Both of them were silent for a while. It seemed like Lillian's influence had not disappeared. In the end, Thales sighed and broke the silence. "How is Commodore?" Glover snapped out of his daze and said absent-mindedly, "Tinker moved him to another room." "Tinker moved him to another room. He has to rest for a while. It's not easy for me and young Master Caribbean to take punches." Thales furrowed his eyebrows. "So, Cohen, you recognize him?" Glover nodded. His emotions were still at rock bottom, and he was absent-minded. When we stopped, both of them sank into silence again. Thales finally could not help but speak. "About what happened just now." With a click, the door opened again. Thales and Glover instinctively shut their mouths and averted their gazes. "Ah, this is such a long soak of urine. It feels so good." Tinker sighed in comfort as he walked in with his pants in his hands. "Hey, I saw Lillian go out." He looked at the dejected Glover in the room and automatically ignored the teenager, Thales, who was much shorter than him, who was curled up in the corner. Tinker sat down in front of Glover and sighed. "You have to understand her, Pudgy Dumpling." When he heard this title, Glover shuddered a little. "I understand." The zombie slowly came back to his senses. He looked at the man in front of him with gratitude and a sense of closeness. "Thank you, Tinker." "Brother." Tinker's eyebrows twitched. He wanted to say something, but in the end he did not. Tinker hesitantly extended his hand as if he wanted to pat Glover's shoulder, but he stopped when he saw the bandages on Glover's body. "So," Tinker's expression was complicated, "you were whipped by your superior again? Like last time?" Glover's expression was dark as he shook his head. "It's different." Tinker snorted softly. "Will I be as unlucky as last time? You know, you were locked up and for a few months." "No." Glover shook his head and denied it. He subconsciously looked at the corner. "I changed my superior." "Has a good temper." Thales quickly lowered his head and gave an "I don't know you" attitude. "That's good." Perhaps because he was not in the context, Tinker did not notice these small interactions. Instead, he sighed with emotion. Lillian almost went crazy during those days. When he heard this name, Glover was touched and he shuddered again. The two men sat opposite each other in silence. "I don't understand." A few seconds later, Glover, who seemed to have regained some of his composure, remembered something and became indignant. "That cop outside." Glover stopped talking and glanced at Thales. He changed to a formal title. "I mean police officer." Tinker shook his head nonchalantly. "Aha." Glover retracted his doubtful gaze. "He's not Lillian's man?" Tinker chuckled and shook his head. "Lillian said that he's a good man, too good." So good that he can't be her man. Glover was silent for a while in the face of these profound words. Not her man? That means you're just working with the cop? Tinker sneered. Working together? That stupid cop? With that little bit of brain of his? Beside him, Thales raised his eyebrows. He felt sorry for Cohen's reputation for a second. It's because he thinks we're working with him. It makes him feel a sense of accomplishment, so he will protect us. Tinker said sarcastically, Lillian has known him for a long time. I have to say, that guy is quite useful at times. He glanced at Glover for a second. At least it's better than relying on some noble's illegitimate son who has a lot of enemies to protect us, right? When he heard this, Glover was stunned again. As if he had expected Glover's reaction, Tinker waved his hand impatiently. All right, I'm just joking. He exhaled and gestured towards the door with his mouth. That greenhorn, Ka something Yang, came here a few years ago. He's a hothead, just like all the other greenhorns who have just arrived. He's straightforward, inflexible, and has great ideals of fairness and justice. Ever since the one-night war, from Black Street to Underground Street, from Red Street Market to Riverside Street, from the Brotherhood to the Iron Bat Society, he has been jumping up and down. At one point he caused chaos in Lower City District and the Western District. Everyone hates him. I heard that even in the nests of the Greenskins, many people find him an eyesore. Thales thought about it and digested Cohen's activities over the years. It's fine if he's strong and sturdy. After all, it's not like we've never met a cop like him before. Tinker crossed his arms and smiled sarcastically. But I heard that he's not from an ordinary background. He even served in the Western Front Line. The big shots in the gang are unwilling to go against him. Otherwise, with his level, how could he still be alive and kicking until now? Glover's eyes focused slightly. So, he's brought about change? Change? Tinker seemed to have heard a ridiculous joke, and the corners of his mouth twitched soundlessly. I admit that it might have been quite refreshing at first. Wow, there's a cop with skills, a backer, and a conscience among the cops' nests in Western District. When he said this, Tinker sneered disdainfully. But as everyone, be it us or the Black Silk Gang, gradually figured out how to deal with this idiot, we bribed the people around him, figured out his principles, saw his habit of enforcing the law, and acted according to the situation. We even cut off his enthusiasm from both ends. We hid the people he wanted to capture in advance, and bribed the cops to release the people he captured. We gave him false information, set him up, and made him suffer. A few years passed. Tinker's mood became more and more dejected, and his sarcasm became more deliberate. As it turns out, he's no different from the black-hearted cops of the past. He clicked his tongue in disdain and shook his head. At most, he's a little more cheerful. Thales sighed in his heart. He could tell that Tinker, who had a close relationship with Glover and Lillian, seemed to be a member of Blood Bottle Gang. If Glover was really a child beggar of Blood Bottle Gang as he said, then their relationship could be understood. Thales found it a little strange. Why does Tinker have such complicated emotions when he talks about Cohen? Glover was silent for a while before he snorted angrily. I have a friend who was right. That cop has a problem with his brain. You'd better not interact with him. Tinker laughed again. But unexpectedly, this time, he shook his head. It has nothing to do with his brain. Tinker sighed softly. Red Street Market, Black Street, the Underground Street, the Grand Bazaar, the sewers, and even Star Plaza and Renaissance Palace. Every brick, every wall, every blade of grass, and every tree in Eternal Star City has been exposed to the sun and rain for hundreds of years. Nothing has changed. It will not change either. Glover frowned and looked at him. It's as if someone used invisible glue to glue everything in Eternal Star City together. It's strong and sticky, Tinker said absent-mindedly. No matter how the wind and rain batter it, whether it's exposed to the sun or the rain, it will not move. When he heard this, Thales was momentarily stunned. And a guy who only has ideals and morals, even if he's the smartest scholar, the strongest warrior, or the most powerful king in the world, much less a silly cop. Tinker looked desolate and helpless. He smiled indifferently. It's the same. Nothing can change. Thales was dazed for a moment. Only has ideals and morals. Nothing can change. Just like this damn world we live in. Tinker leaned against the table. His mood was downcast. It never changes. It won't. Chapter 599. Glover quietly listened to Tinker's complaints. He was preoccupied and did not speak. Anyway, today's situation is special. Tinker snapped out of his daze. Lillian specifically found the green-skinned man to scare off the Black Silk Gang. Glover frowned and looked up. Black Street Brotherhood? What happened? Don't you know? At the mention of this, Tinker sighed in annoyance. The head whore of the Brotherhood, a whore called Felicia, has disappeared. She was kidnapped in Red Street Market. Thales became alert when he heard the interesting content. Felicia had been kidnapped in Red Street Market. And he knew who did it. Glover frowned. What does that have to do with you? Tinker shrugged. Aren't the girls from the North popular these days? A few days ago, Felicia fought over a few new Northland girls and became enemies with Lillian. So, the Black Silk Gang thinks that we did it. They brought a bunch of people over to put pressure on them. All the shops were taken care of, especially here. You know, that damn whore and her one-night encounter. Even if she didn't kidnap the Northland girls, she has been trying to make things difficult for us all these years. Tinker sighed. Because of this, Red Street Market has been in chaos for the whole day. The atmosphere is tense. There was even a blind carriage that ran amok in Red Street Market at this time. By the way, did you see that carriage? The carriage that ran amok. Glover was stunned. Under Thales' gaze, he shook his head woodenly. So, did you do it? Thales quickly took over the conversation and diverted Tinker's attention. Kidnapped the Brotherhood? Tinker glanced at Thales and cast a puzzled look at Glover. The latter signaled that it was fine. Of course not, Tinker denied it at first, but after hesitating for a while, his tone softened. All right, I'm not sure either. He thought for a while. Boss Catherine probably did not do it, but I can't say for sure that Red Viper, Wanderer, or the other people in the gang did not do it. This is a huge matter. How could the big shots in Blood Bottle Gang not know about it? Glover was a little puzzled. Tinker sneered. You've been gone for too long, Pudgy. The situation is different now. 6 years ago, in the one-night battle at Red Street Market, we were utterly defeated. Our vitality was greatly damaged, and we could not have kept this place. All kinds of brothels would have become money trees for Black Silk. Thales pricked up his ears. Tinker was a little emotional and helpless. It was Boss Catherine who came forward and used her background as a big shot to persuade the Greenskins, especially the chief garrison officer, to intervene and force the Black Silk Gang to sit down and negotiate. In any case, they were forced to agree to a truce and spit out half of the newly occupied territory. Tinker sighed. But Blood Bottle Gang has not been the same since then. The strongest 12 with potential are either dead or scattered. Almost none of them are left, and the big shot mystic behind the scenes that the gang has always claimed to have never been seen, Boss Catherine, is the most popular and has inherited most of the territory. However, she chose to negotiate a truce with the Black Silk Gang and has to bear a lot of criticism. Red Viper is not willing to accept it and advocates to reclaim his interests. However, he has made enemies everywhere with his little manpower and power. I can only say that it's good that he didn't help but make things worse. In addition, Forger has returned from Blade Edge Hill. He has a group of people under him, and he always wants a piece of the pie. However, he doesn't have any good connections. The other new hills are either useless or still immature and not good enough. So, we are like a sheet of loose sand. We do not have our orders, and we fight incessantly. We keep losing our businesses, territories, and power. On the other hand, the Black Silk Gang work together and prosper. Hard Fist Senza, Ironheart Rhoda, Ilance, Alpha Wolf Fiso, Ripper Anton, Fatty Morris. Over the past few years, every boss has become stronger. Did you notice that we don't even mention the legends of Black Sword and the 3 great assassins anymore? As Thales listened to this news, He was shocked to realize that after he left, the underground world of Eternal Star City and even Constellation had been turned upside down and was no longer what it used to be. Tinker spread his hands. You can see from the comparison between One Night's Romance and Laurel Club that our business is deteriorating day by day. We can't make ends meet, and we're just struggling to hang in there. A few days ago, when we were snatching the Northern girls, we couldn't win against that vixen, Felicia. Glover stared at the lights in the room in silence. He did not know what to think. Tinker's tone changed. But first, there's the business discord between the Northern girls. Then, there's the kidnapping of people in Red Street Market, which is on the border between the two countries. Then, there's the kidnapper's carriage that crossed the border to stir up trouble. Hey, how can there be such a coincidence? Every single one of these incidents is a sore spot for us and the Black Silk Gang. Glover and Fales looked at each other expressionlessly. Tinker continued to complain, that's not all. You know that Blood Bottle Gang started off by selling moonshine. As a result, over the past few months, the raw materials for brewing wine, the business of storing wine, and the business of selling wine have all been in a state of depression. Everything is not going smoothly. The wine market is crying piteously for food, but we can't brew wine. We are losing customers and profits day by day. This is practically digging up the gang's roots. Also, it is said that several big blacksmith shops in South Street and the suburbs, regardless of whether they are on the right track or not, have been raided by the police these past few days. From the bosses to the apprentices, they have been arrested and sentenced. You should know that most of them have a tacit understanding and agreement with the Black Silk Gang to forge weapons and equipment for them. The Black Silk Gang is famous for being able to fight. Without weapons, how can they fight? We suspect that the Black Silk Gang has their eyes on our moonshine business. The Black Silk Gang probably guessed that we used the government to cut off their weapons supply. Thale's gaze shifted. Tinker looked like he was scheming something. Hey, I'm afraid that there are ambitious people on both sides who want to stir up trouble. The 6 years of peace between us and the Black Silk Gang is about to be broken. Glover wanted to say something but stopped. Tinker snorted softly and shook his head indifferently. Who knows? Maybe this is the norm. The 6 years of peace that both sides managed to reach under great pressure is not normal. It feels like a deliberate fake. There was silence in the room for a while. If the gangs start an all-out war again, Tinker, protect yourself and Lillian, Glover suddenly said. Do I need you to remind me? Tinker snorted disdainfully and patted his chest. I participated in the one-night war 6 years ago. That scene, that battle, that vigor, that blood all over the streets. F***ck, I don't want to do it a second time in my life. Glover looked at him quietly. That's good, Tinker. That's good. When he heard Glover say this, Tinker felt a little unnatural, but an undisguised shout came from the corridor and freed him from the awkwardness. Tinker, where are you? Boss Catherine is gathering manpower. It was an unfamiliar and young male voice. His tone was excited, and it was obvious that he was a member of the gang. The Black Silk Gang said that the kidnapper's carriage entered our territory and insisted on coming in to search. They fought with our brothers at the border, and a few of them were lying on the ground. I think we're serious this time. They're fighting. Glover's expression changed. Tinker, you, but Tinker sneered, got up, and opened the door a little. In an instant, his expression became one of pain. Tinker's face contorted as he yelled at the door. Damn it. I have diarrhea. My legs are weak. I can't go anymore. An indignant reply came from the corridor. Are you kidding me? Diarrhea again? A few years ago, you were still one of the strongest 12 in the gang. Tinker's voice became urgent. I can't take it anymore. I have to go to the toilet again. Talk to you later. Tinker closed the door and sat back in his chair. He no longer cared about the gang member who dragged him into a gang fight. On the other hand, Glover and Thales were stunned by what they saw. What's wrong? Tinker was a little dissatisfied with their gazes. He explained, I really have diarrhea. I always say that when Boss Catherine comes to check on me, he touched his stomach and his expression changed. Oh no, I've finished my laxative. Tinker was a little distressed. I have to buy a few more packs later. Glover and Thales both looked at him with complicated gazes. That's good, Tinker. Glover inhaled and understood some of Tinker's strategy. That's good, Tinker. But the zombie immediately raised his head seriously. Tinker, if you and Lillian need my help, forget it. Tinker waved his hand nonchalantly. You know what I mean, right? With your current identity and our current state, helping is equivalent to harming others. Wasn't the lesson last time enough? Glover was instantly stunned. Tinker was silent for a while, but he still stood up slowly. You and your young master should leave once you've rested enough. Tinker pointed at the inconspicuous Thales and patted Glover's strong arm. There was an indescribable emotion hidden in his eyes. As for your unconscious brother, if it's not convenient for you, we will hire a carriage to send him to your place. Glover looked back at him, slightly confused. Thank you, I'll pay for the carriage. Also, I've been transferred, and my salary has increased. If you need money urgently, this sentence seemed to have hit a nerve. Tinker's expression changed drastically, and his tone became anxious. Hey, we don't need your stinking money. Especially your family's. Glover seemed to have realized something, and his face turned pale as well. I know. This was the first time Thales saw the zombie so distressed and aggrieved. He was evasive, and there was shame on his face. I'm sorry. Tinker stared at Glover for a while before he sighed in the end. F***. Tinker moved his gaze away in displeasure. Stop saying sorry. You're making me sick. But Glover was silent for a second before he replied in a daze. I'm sorry. Tinker clicked his tongue in pain, shook his head, and gave up on correcting Glover. He walked towards the door. Also, Tinker's back was facing them. He pressed his palm against the doorknob, and his tone was hesitant. You better not come here anymore. Glover's breathing froze. Tinker's mood was equally gloomy. He seemed to have made up his mind about something. I'm saying if your enemies find out, you can't protect us. Glover was silent for a few seconds before he spoke with difficulty. I know. Can't protect us. As he looked at Glover's expression, Thales suddenly had an epiphany. He remembered something. The zombie took a few deep breaths. I know. Thank you, brother. Tinker did not turn around. He just exhaled as well. We are no longer brothers, Pudgy Dumpling. Not brothers. Glover was stunned for a moment. Since you have escaped from this **T pit, then go and live the life you deserve. Tinker gently pulled the door open. His tone was desolate. You're no longer one of us. Lillian, that's what she hopes too. No longer one of us. Thales saw Glover's arm tremble at that moment. But before the latter could speak, Tinker walked out of the room, leaving only the tightly shut door behind him. Glover stared at the door in a daze. He could not snap out of his daze for a long time. After a few seconds, Thales felt that the atmosphere was about right. He then moved gently from the corner to the table and coughed. Glover? Glover snapped out of his daze and lowered his head in shame. I am very sorry, Your Highness. I should not have attacked that police officer. As for Lillian and Tinker, they do not know your identity. Please forgive them. Thales stared at him carefully and smiled faintly. You know, I thought Lady Lillian was your lover at first, just like everyone else did. Glover's body stiffened. Thales sighed and moved the chair in front of him. So, do you have anything to explain to me about that lady? Glover raised his head with difficulty and stared at the prince in a daze. Thales looked around and tried his best to speak in a calm tone. Don't worry, it's just you and me here. The atmosphere in the room froze for a few seconds. Glover wanted to say something, but he did not. In the end, he shut his mouth and his expression stiffened. If you do not want to say it. Thales could not help but feel disappointed, but he still put on an understanding smile and stood up. It's fine. He walked to the door. Put on your clothes. I will wait for you outside. It's time to go back. But at that moment, sister, Glover's hoarse and pained voice came from behind him. Lillian, she is my biological sister. Thales' gaze froze. He slowly turned his head around. And Tinker? Glover shut his eyes tightly. They are my brothers and sisters from the same mother. Thales widened his eyes. Them? The prince was puzzled. But you are from the Glover family. I told you, Your Highness. Glover opened his eyes and looked exhausted. I was once a child beggar from Blood Bottle Gang. That's true. The room was quiet for a while. Then, Thales let go of the doorknob and sat in front of Glover. I understand now. The prince tried his best to look at him calmly and gently. Say mother. Glover nodded and remained silent for a long time. Thales did not rush him. He just waited for him to slowly figure it out. My mother, she was in the sex trade, Glover said hoarsely. He finally let go of some secrets, as if he had finally revealed them. She had many clients and gave birth to 7 children or more. I can't remember. Some of them died young. Thales did not speak. He only listened carefully and attentively. And my father, Glover sucked in a deep breath. He was a mediocre, useless, and unsuccessful playboy who lived under the shadow of his family's reputation. The zombie's expression became calm again. Or in my grandfather's words, a piece of trash. Glover's father and grandfather. Thales said quietly. So, one day, he came to Red Street Market to seek pleasure and met my mother. That was just an ordinary purchase of sex. Glover's tone was very calm, as if he was narrating someone else's story. She left behind a lowly bastard born from a prostitute. Lowly bastard. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. Ever since I could remember, I lived on this street, Glover said faintly, women and the smell of cosmetics, customers and the stench of money, moaning and moaning, freezing, hunger, and sickness. That was my childhood. Lillian was the oldest child among us. She learned to lead us in the alleys and roam the streets at a young age. She imitated the adults and lived a hard life. Roam the alleys and roam the streets. Imitate the adults and lived a hard life. As Thales listened to his words, he gradually became absent-minded as well. Until a boorish rich man strangled my mother to death on the bed. Glover's expression was terrifyingly calm. Since then, Lillian took over the role of our mother. She sold everything and gave everything she had to lead us children and our younger brothers and sisters to struggle to survive. We went hungry, we ate until we were full, we suffered until we endured. Struggled to survive. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. Lillian told us that when we were all of us, we are connected by blood, we should help each other. When she wandered the streets, she was taken away by different men again and again. Then she came back with pitiful copper coins and food. Sometimes she was even in pain. Glover's eyes showed pain, and the bandages on his body turned red again. We are brothers and sisters. That is the most important thing, she always said. She laughed and cried. Thales stared at the lamp on the table without any expression on his face. Those days were not easy. Glover paused for a while. Scabies slugs? 2 of our siblings died of typhoid. Vaughn was caught during a failed theft attempt. After he was carried back, he did not make it. Died of typhoid, was caught stealing, did not make it. Thales heard the beating in his chest become faster and faster. Until Grandmother Laurel took us in. Glover looked at the furnishings around him gloomily. Laurel Club. Thales took a deep breath. Was Grandmother Laurel a good person? The prince tried to hide his true emotions by participating in the conversation. I would not say that. Glover shook his head. There are no good people who can make a living on the streets. At that time, everyone did not call her Wet Nurse, and this place was not called Laurel Club either. Wet Nurse herself was beautiful, and her methods were superb. She also had a deep relationship with Blood Bottle Gang, and she managed to get close to several Blood Bottle Gang cadres. She was planning for herself. She liked Lillian's appearance and tenacity. As for the few of us, we were just additional members. But that was not important. What was important was that from then on, we became child beggars for Blood Bottle Gang. Thales' gaze wandered. He seemed to see a dilapidated house with a few unkempt children squatting inside. Lillian was taken away by the grandmother, and her life became much better. But the person in charge of the child beggars in Blood Bottle Gang was a former circus clown who played with throwing knives. He had a strange temper and was naturally suspicious. He also liked to laugh maniacally as he used us to practice his throwing knives. In the end, only Lillian, Tinker, me, and the youngest, Trento, were left among our siblings. Thales suddenly realized that he had subconsciously raised his left hand and pressed it against the burn scar under his shirt. If everything had progressed normally, I would have been like most of the orphans born on this street. I would have either joined Blood Bottle Gang to run errands or become a fighter, or I would have left halfway and tried to become an apprentice or a farmer to make a living on my own. When he said this, Glover's voice trembled. Until that day. Thales raised his head subconsciously. That day, the clown who took care of the child beggars chased me, Tinker, and Trento together while laughing maniacally. He handed us over to some people who were dressed neatly but did not smile. Lillian was also sent over after that. We were brought to Sunset Temple, and each of us had a blood sample taken. Thales trembled slightly. He seemed to have seen his own day. Dawn, blood, and lights. Glover said absent-mindedly, "They sent us to the most beautiful house I have ever seen in my life, and we ate the most delicious food we have ever eaten." The most beautiful house. The most delicious food. Thales' gaze gradually became unfocused. Then, Glover's tone became tense. Until they pushed the door open and entered. They took me away. The zombie's words were filled with boundless resentment. "Listen me. I wanted to bring my brothers and sisters with me, but those people did not allow it. They only sent me to the carriage respectfully, but they left no room for doubt. Until I realized what they were going to do to the remaining people after I left. You know, they were all employers, and they had been doing this kind of task for a long time, such as silencing people after the deed." Thales lowered his head and closed his eyes. "I used everything I learned on the streets to break free and jump off the carriage." Glover took a deep breath with great effort, as though he had just blocked a full-powered attack from an opponent. When I rushed back, Tinker struggled madly, Lillian cried in pain, and Trento only twitched. The zombie gritted his teeth. What did I want to do? But there were too many of them, and they were too strong. I was too weak at that time. I was too weak. Thales realized that his arm under the table was trembling uncontrollably. His memory seemed to have returned to that night. He saw Quide's red nose and the children's faces, which were crying in fear. At that moment, an old but dignified knight arrived. He and his men drew their swords and saved Tinker and Lillian. Glover exhaled in pain. But Trento, our little brother, he was too young. When the rope was around his neck, he could not breathe and he could not fight back. It was too late. It was too late. Thales sat quietly in his original spot. The old knight squatted down, caressed the back of my hand, and apologized to me. He told me that it was an accident, and that he was my grandfather. He shared the same blood as me. He was a royal knight, the master of the Glover family, and the watchman of the royal guards. And he believed that no matter how embarrassing and humiliating it was, the blood of the Glover family should not wander the streets. When he talked about his grandfather, Glover had an extremely conflicted gaze. My grandfather admired my loyalty and friendship towards my blood kin. He said, "My love and friendship cannot be exchanged for 1,000 pieces of gold." And he could protect and even support my siblings, as long as I could give the same loyalty and friendship to my true brother. Thales looked up. "True brother?" Glover nodded. Later, I found out that my father passed away that year. And Lozano, my half-brother, contracted typhoid. They did not know if he could survive it. As the backbone of the king's faction, the Glover family needed a backup direct heir. The zombie said in a daze. From that day onwards, I changed my name. I was no longer called Pudgy Dumpling, but Caleb Glover, an illegitimate son of the famous Wind Knight, Glover family, who was born in a filthy and lowly family. Thales stared at him in a daze. He seemed to have seen that day 6 years ago, when he stood high above the Hall of Stars and faced the densely packed crowd in Star Plaza. Regardless of your past, when you stand up, you are Thales Therangerana Kessel Jade Star, single quote. The second prince of Constellation. Thales closed his eyes before he opened them again. It was as if he wanted to wash away the light and shadows in front of him. I understand now, the prince said tiredly. So, to you this place and them Lillian, Tinker, Tordo? That is your homeland, your past. Your indelible self. Glover's gaze sharpened slightly. But after a moment, he shook his head with a bitter expression. You do not understand, Your Highness. When I gradually matured and became independent, and joined the Royal Guards, especially when Lozano became more and more outstanding, when my grandfather finally passed away, when I became dispensable again, Glover stared at the room in Laurel Club in a daze. Finally, one day, I returned and reunited with them and my siblings. Reunited. Thales was silent. But at that moment, Glover raised his trembling hands and looked at his fingers, which were full of calluses from practicing swordsmanship. Yet I discovered that the only thing I brought them was pain. Be it the misfortune of young Torto in the past. It was something that happened later. Thales tensed up. What happened? He asked softly. Glover snorted softly. His voice was filled with sarcasm. You know, Your Highness, I am not a sociable person, and I do not know how to socialize. I forced my way into the Vanguard Division with my grandfather's name, but I offended many people. A few bastards in the Vanguard Division who had a grudge against me, somehow found out about my background as well as my... Glover lowered his head sadly. My relationship with Lillian. Thales sighed. So, after I fought with them again, that night, those bastards came here in groups. Glover's voice was low. They used an unprecedented amount of money to kidnap Lillian. His voice began to tremble. They locked her in a house. Thales' heart was heavy. He pursed his lips. A coward's move. Glover ignored him. When Tinker knocked on my door in the middle of the night, covered in wounds, I had to go to the Glover family's mansion and do what I did not want to do the most, seek help from Lozano and find the best doctor for the dying Lillian. The zombie had to pause to adjust his emotions. The room became quiet. Thales was silent for a while before he spoke again. Those people in the Royal Guards, those bastards, who are they? It doesn't matter anymore. Glover shook his head with a gloomy expression. It's already been solved. Solved? Glover snorted mockingly. Hatred and determination appeared in his eyes. You know, those bastards were certain that I would not dare to take the risk and attack her. They proudly showed off to me and told me how they tortured her that night. Thales remembered the terrifying wounds on Lillian's body just now, and he was speechless. Glover gulped and gritted his teeth. I couldn't control myself. Thales nodded. Just like today? Glover closed his eyes. I'm sorry. I committed a great taboo by attacking a colleague, and I caused great trouble. Lozano used his connections, looked for laws, and tried his best, but he could only barely save my life. Glover opened his eyes. There was no light in them, only a deep numbness. Until one day, a person came to the guard's confinement well. He told me that he was the new watchman of the Royal Guards, and he needed a new subordinate. So I walked out of the confinement well, followed Lord Mallows, and went to Western Desert. I see. The two of them were silent again for a while until Thales spoke. Glover. But the zombie seemed to have suddenly woken up. He interrupted the prince without caring about anything else. So I know. Glover grabbed the bandages on his body tightly. His face was contorted. A long time ago, at the moment I was taken away by my grandfather, everything changed. Thales stared at him quietly, and he suddenly understood what it meant to empathize. We Lillian, Tinker. Glover exhaled in pain. He felt resentful but also relieved. We can't go back. Forever. At that moment, many scenes and words flashed in Thales' mind. Child beggars. Siblings. The day my fate was changed. A new life. An old burden. In his daze, the prince heard Gilbert's words. Perhaps the day you find them is the day you cause their deaths. In the next second, Thales took a deep breath and snapped out of his memories. Glover. The prince's voice rose steadily, and there was a tone that allowed no room for doubt. Can you still walk? The zombie looked up in confusion. Your Highness? Thales stared at the door expressionlessly. No one knew what he was thinking. I want to go somewhere. Glover was stunned for a second before he reacted. Your Highness, Commodore is not here. I am alone, and we do not have enough manpower, Thales smiled. He did not wait for him to finish and spoke to the door. Lorbeck? Big Brother Lorbeck? It was quiet outside the door. There was no response. Glover looked puzzled. Thales felt a little embarrassed, so he raised his voice. Lorbeck the blockhead Dara. There was still no response. The atmosphere suddenly became very awkward. Then, Thales took a deep breath, put his hands in front of his mouth, and formed a trumpet shape. He shouted angrily, Kohen Nima Caribbean. There was a thud outside the door, as if someone had suddenly bumped into the door. Glover's expression changed. He suppressed the displeasure in his heart and stared at the door gloomily. As expected, the next moment the door opened. Police Cohen's bruised and swollen face was revealed through the crack. His face was full of fear and puzzlement. What? Big Brother Wuxia, Thales interrupted him, get ready. Follow me to a place. Cohen was stunned. Downtown. Downtown. Both Glover and Cohen were stunned. After a few seconds, the police officer cautiously opened his mouth. But that is Blackstreet Brotherhood's territory. Thales' gaze turned cold. Are you afraid? Sir Caribbean, the first-class police officer of Western City Police Station? Cohen paused. He was a little indignant, but he was still hesitant. That's not it. Just that, forgive me for reminding you, the Brotherhood and Blood Bottle Gang have been showing signs of tension recently. Thales narrowed his eyes. Are you afraid? No. Cohen hurriedly shook his head. I mean, although I am very strong, and although the big brother sitting there is only a little weaker than me, Glover snorted in disdain, if I were to barge into the Brotherhood's lair, are you afraid? Of course not. I have been to downtown a few times, but the roads there are not easy to walk on. It is very easy to get lost. Once you get lost, you will only get lost until the sky turns dark. Are you afraid? No, but you are a prince after all. If you accidentally bump into something, are you afraid? No. Also, I am on leave today. It is not considered a work injury, and the medical expenses are not reimbursed. Are you afraid? Bang! Cohen slammed the door angrily, and a loud sound was heard. He was full of grandeur and looked death calmly in the eye. Damn it, what's so great about it? Let's go! The police officer gritted his teeth and roared in a western desert accent. I'm not afraid of your balls. Chapter 600. In the first district of the lower city, on a noisy and chaotic street where the cold wind rustled, 3 cloaked figures walked with large strides. They squeezed through the crowd and blended into the chaotic atmosphere. The local escorts solicited customers with smiles and loud voices while casting malicious glances at their peers. The owner of the lost property and the thief ran after each other over a frightening distance, causing passers-by to complain. Idlers and tramps sprawled out on the dirty roadside, waiting for hired business to cover their 3 meals for the day. Panting porters and peddlers who transported goods numbly piled their goods in front of the shop doors, ignoring the curses of the shopkeepers. Coachmen who were hurrying along whipped their old horses violently to disperse the people who blocked their way in the mud and shouted at the rascals who tried to sneak up behind them for a ride. Adventurers and mercenaries huddled around the rotten and blackened wooden bulletin boards, searching for information on everything from official wanted posters to private commissions. The Dark Knight priest stood on a wooden box at the corner of the street and looked down at the people who came and went. He felt sad and helpless as he continued his sermon with a dry voice that no one cared about. Mysterious people with weapons hidden in their bodies appeared on the street from time to time to discuss an unspeakable business deal. In the middle of a crowd of onlookers, two men who had become enemies in a bar fought each other until their heads were bleeding, but they still refused to stop. A shrewd and vicious peddler habitually bargained with an equally shrewd customer, wanting to squeeze every last bit of advantage out of the other party. Prostitutes gathered at the end of a dirty and dilapidated alley, flirting with each other. The second floor above their heads, which had been in disrepair for a long time, did not even bother to hide their cries. A gambling gang of cats gathered at the corner of the street. There was no lack of bookmakers, shills, thugs, and lookouts. A group of sneaky gangsters gathered together mysteriously, staring at every passerby with a sneaky look, and discussing in hushed tones from time to time, "We shouldn't have come here at all. Look at the filth all over the street. It's too dangerous." Glover forcefully pushed away a peddler who wanted to sell his goods to them. "Relax, we are safe for the time being." "Zombie, you don't mind me calling you that, do you?" Thale's voice came from beside him. Glover shook his head to show that he did not mind. But the zombie kept his head down, listening to the movements behind him. His hand was hidden under his cloak, pressing on the hilt of his sword. In the alley that the three of them had just passed through, a few ferocious gangsters were mercilessly punching and kicking the two poor people who had no money to pay their debts. Cohen furrowed his brows and caught up in 2 steps. He was tall and strong. With a few punches and kicks, he dispersed the debt collectors, but when he turned around he found that the debtors had disappeared. When he saw the police officer's actions, Thales sighed and explained in resignation. "First, we're all wearing cloaks. This implies that we have another identity or mission, and it also means that we might be hiding weapons. If they attack us, there will be unknown dangers. Secondly, based on your figure and gait, I can tell that you are not to be trifled with. Coupled with the 3 of us, it is not difficult to guess that you are bodyguards, the kind that can fight. Thirdly, as far as I know, because of the kidnapping incident, the Black Street Brotherhood deployed a large number of people to Red Street Market to confront the Blood Bottle Gang. Among them are quite a number of dangerous people who can threaten us. So, in reality, we are much safer than we thought." As Thales spoke, he glared at a street ruffian who was secretly sizing them up. The ruffian immediately shifted his gaze away as if nothing had happened. What your highness said is exactly what I wanted to say." Cohen touched the corner of his shirt that was torn when he tried to stop the fight. He walked back to Thales and Glover in a bad mood. What were we talking about just now?" Glover cast a disdainful glance at Cohen. "When I was young, the Brotherhood had yet to rise to power. When I grew up, I rarely came here." As the zombie spoke, he knocked away a drunkard. "But no matter when, downtown is always dangerous." Cohen supported the drunkard so that he leaned against the wall and slowly slid down so that he would not fall headfirst. The police officer patted Glover's shoulder. "You have to come out more often, zombie. At first, I also had the illusion that this place is dangerous. Call me that again." Glover's expression did not change, but his voice turned cold. "You will know that it is not an illusion." Cohen's smile froze on his face. Thales smiled and took over the conversation. "Downtown is where most of the poor people in Eternal Star City live. It is also a community. Of course, it is not as dangerous as what the public says. You can only enter, but never leave." Glover nodded. Thales thought of something and lowered his voice slightly. "At least it is not a mouth full of fangs that chooses to devour people." But at that moment, slap. Thales suddenly extended his hand and pressed down on a dirty little girl who passed by him. Cohen and Glover were both shocked. The little girl looked at the teenager in panic and tried hard to break free from Thales' grip on her wrist. "I thought you could tell," Thales said softly to the thin and weak girl who was no more than 7 or 8 years old. "I have no money on me." Thales gestured at the strong police officer and vanguard with his chin. "The money is on them." The dirty little girl was about to cry, but her eyes darted left and right shrewdly. The memories of the street surged in his mind. Thales suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu, so he looked around. "What did you do to my daughter?" Sure enough, a middle-aged woman whose makeup was as thick as a paint plate and whose clothes were as messy as a drying pole rushed out from the alley where prostitutes gathered. She screamed with a sharp and harsh country accent and pointed at Thales while she cursed, "You're the one who did this to me. Everyone, come and take a look. Someone is bullying a little girl on the street. How shameless! How shameless!" The passers-by immediately turned their heads and jeered. "Let me tell you, Elisa is my baby. Her father is a famous hero on this street. If you don't give me an explanation, don't even think about." The woman with heavy makeup raised her head and saw two tall and muscular men in cloaks standing beside Thales. They were Cohen and Glover. Her voice immediately became softer, and she instantly forced a smile. "Ah, misunderstanding, misunderstanding." The woman lowered her head and scolded her daughter fiercely. "I knew that you, little brat, wouldn't know your place. What did you take from them this time, huh? How many times has your mother taught you? No matter how much you want it, you can't just take other people's things. This is the most basic morality of a person. Quick, hand it over. Apologize to your brother. Don't worry, she didn't take anything." Thales smiled faintly and let go of his right hand. The girl named Elisa cried and threw herself into her mother's arms. She did not forget to give Thales a fierce look that was the same as her mother's. "What's wrong, my dear?" As if it was a play, a sloppy hooligan walked over with a fierce voice. Behind him were 5 or 6 hooligans or vagrants who also harbored evil intentions. "I heard that someone bullied our daughter?" Thales frowned slightly. When she heard the man's voice, the woman instinctively changed her expression and became fierce again. "Well, since she didn't take anything, then you're accusing a good person. Let me tell you, Eternal Star City has its laws. We may be poor, but poor people are ambitious. Dignity is priceless, and you're slandering someone's innocence without any basis. So it's you." The hooligan walked over while digging his ears. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Thales. "You bullied others with your power and slandered my daughter as a thief on the street." But in the next moment, Glover decisively turned around, raised his arm, and threw a punch. With a bang, the leader of the hooligans flew 2 meters away while blood gushed out. He fell to the ground and did not move. As the onlookers cried out in surprise, his companions behind him saw that the situation was bad and immediately scattered. The woman trembled when she saw this, and her voice became softer again. "Ah, it's a misunderstanding, please forgive me." She apologized in a fawning manner while she slapped Elisa hard. "She's not smart since she was young." The 3 of them looked at each other in silence as they watched the woman drag the girl into the alley while cursing. Soon, she appeared at another intersection in search of her next target. Under Glover and Cohen's gazes, the passers-by who did not get to see a good show sighed in disappointment. They turned around and left. Thales sighed and continued what he was saying just now. "Of course, this place is not as safe as you think, especially when you gradually lose your guard against it, just like the Great Desert." Unexpectedly, the person who answered was Cohen. Thales and Glover turned their heads at the same time. "It's dangerous, but it's safe." The police officer stared at the prostitute who held her daughter's hand and stared at the passers-by on the street. He was lost in thought. Cohen sighed faintly. He was not as carefree as he usually was. "It's not dangerous, but it's not safe either." "You've been to the desert?" the zombie asked slowly. Cohen shook his head and did not answer. It was obvious that he was not in the mood. Thales seemed to have thought of something as well. He nodded and said, "Just like how everyone in the world only hears of its name, but does not know the reality of the other shore and the distance. Even though we're only separated by a wall from that place, it's very close. But it's as far as the heavens and the earth. The difference between clouds and mud." Cohen came back to his senses gloomily. "Speaking of which, where are we going?" Thales observed the police officer's abnormal behavior and smiled faintly. "A place with answers." Cohen and Glover frowned at the same time. They were puzzled. Confused, they could only blindly follow behind the prince and go deeper into this increasingly complicated and dangerous street. Glover grew up in Red Street Market in the Western District, but he knew little about the streets of Lower City District. Although Cohen worked at the police station, he did not seem to be familiar with the place either. The two of them stumbled along the way and were in a sorry state. On the contrary, Thales traversed the streets and alleys with ease. He was already familiar with the place, and with the help of Never Get Lost, he was even more adept at it. This damned mud. Has the funds of the road administration been eaten by dogs? Your Highness, can I ask, this is clearly Lower City? After pulling his boots out of the mud for the third time, Cohen asked awkwardly, what is this place? But why are you so familiar with it? On the other side, Glover did not say a word. He merely kicked away a stone that was blocking the way and followed the prince's footsteps. Didn't I tell you? Thales lied without batting an eyelid. The Jade Star royal family is blessed and protected by the gods. They will never get lost. Huh? Blessed? Protected? Never get lost? Cohen scratched his head. So, my old man is lying to me again? When I was young, he clearly told me that the Jade Star royal family is shouldering an eternal curse. So, follow me closely, don't get lost. Thales somehow remembered the journey in the black track. He flapped his cloak and strode forward. Some paths are like life. Once you fall behind, you can never go back. Glover seemed to have remembered something, but the taciturn him only pulled his cloak tighter. So, you said that we should come here to find answers? Lower City District. Cohen stared at his feet carefully, guarding against the road that was as bad as Blade Fang's camp. Thales nodded. To be honest, my day has been full of ups and downs. Hope and darkness alternated, success and setbacks went hand in hand, pleasant surprises mixed together, and sorrow and joy intertwined. Thales walked forward and passed through a few doorways in a familiar manner. He said faintly, just like the past few months, the past 6 years, my entire life. Glover and Cohen were stunned. Tell me, have you ever seen a despairing person whose hope is dashed and he has nowhere else to go? Have you ever seen a numb and despairing person who abandoned everything? The teenager walked forward and looked at the dirty and noisy streets. The corners of his lips curled up. Cohen's eyes darted around. I have seen quite a few, Glover frowned. There have been. Both of their voices rose and fell at the same time. They could not help but stop talking and glance at each other. Thales urged absent-mindedly. In the Great Desert, Cohen continued. The Western Front, Glover said at the same time. Cohen and Glover looked at each other again. Both of them were filled with indignation, as if they were saying, how dare you interrupt me? I was in the Purge campaign. During the Desert War, the two of them, who were already at odds with each other, stopped again and glared at each other fiercely. Hey, have you had enough? Don't interrupt me again, both of you. Thales finally could not take it anymore. Do you need me to get a room so that both of you can continue to be lovey-dovey? The police and Vanguard finally stopped talking. They snorted coldly and turned away. As expected of Doyle's follower. This was Cohen, who felt good about himself. As expected of Doyle's relative. This was Glover, who was disdainful. In the Doyle mansion in Eastern City District, Doyle, who was lying on the bed eating fruits, flipping through pornographic albums, and recuperating from his injuries, sneezed loudly. Baron Doyle and his wife, who were outside the door, were so shocked that they rushed into the room again. My poor son. Where was I? Thales exhaled and said unhappily. Despairing people, Glover and Cohen said at the same time again. The two of them frowned and looked at each other. Thales nodded and looked at the chaos on the street. He seemed to be deep in thought. Now, seeing these people in Lower City District makes me feel like I'm still living in a normal world, and not in some other people's circle. Some other people, Cohen and Glover started thinking at the same time, but they had different answers. But Thales did not expect their answers. He just continued to wander in his own memory. Have you ever seen a person who treats rudeness and violence as a personality, and treats sarcasm as a witty remark? Cohen sighed. When I was young, Glover snorted coldly. In the family, both of them, who had spoken at the same time for the umpteenth time, stopped talking at the same time. Their expressions froze. Thales looked at them suspiciously. "Are you sure you don't want to get a room?" Cohen and Glover pursed their lips and decided not to speak even if they had to die. Thales sighed softly. "I miss Waya and Ralph." The prince continued to sigh. There are also people who pretend to be profound and reserved and treat speculation, suspicion, and jealousy as daily social interaction. There are also people who treat tacit unspoken rules as a matter of course, and say one thing but mean another as a rule of conduct. People who treat hypocrisy and pretentiousness as proper etiquette and ambiguity as watertight. Unfortunately, I've met all of these people over the past few days. Thales let out a long sigh. Maybe we'll meet again in the future. And all of them have their eyes on me. Whether it's hope or coercion, scrutinizing or disdainful, they're hoping to find answers from me, to answer questions they can't answer. Thales' eyes dimmed. But they're wrong. The prince pushed aside a clothes-drying pole and walked down a flight of stairs. I have no answer. At least, I don't have the answer they want. I don't even have the answer I want. Thales stepped on the muddy road in his memory, just like it was many years ago. Nothing seemed to have changed. The prince's emotions affected Glover and Cohen. Both of them were deep in thought, and they were silent. And in their eyes, I can't feel myself. I don't know what I'm doing, what I want to do, and what I can do. Thales brought them out of the alley and arrived at another street. This place was much more run down, but it was also much quieter. I don't even know who I am. Thales looked at the deserted and sparse street from afar and fell into silence. You're of noble blood, and you're exceptionally intelligent, Glover said stiffly. Naturally, you have a heavy responsibility, and you're far more powerful than ordinary people. Cohen snapped out of his daze and became anxious when he heard that. I think so too. The zombie cast him a sidelong glance. Thales looked back at them and smiled. Yes, it's all right, fate will prepare everything for you. That's what my father once said. Thales stared at the uneven ground under his feet and walked forward again. In the past 6 years, this sentence has always been very useful. Especially when I'm still in the north. At that time, I didn't have the chance to hesitate. Thales furrowed his eyebrows and thought of the Raven of Death laughing forlornly. I could no longer hesitate, but Thales suddenly raised his head. But the teenager avoided an alley where thieves gathered. What if fate is also lazy and lazy? Glover and Cohen both frowned. If even fate refuses to show me its true form and only presents me with an empty mirror, then I can only see my helpless face in it. Thales gritted his teeth. Then how can I see my own answer clearly? Glover pursed his lips and seemed to be deep in thought. Cohen widened his eyes and looked confused. Have you played chess before? The rise and fall of the empire? Thales stepped on the muddy, dirty, and obstructed street in Lower City District. He raised his head in confusion and looked at Eternal Star City's clear, blue, and untainted sky. Glover raised his head. Cohen scratched his head in embarrassment, and his voice became softer. I know the rules. I can't help it, the old man taught my cousin his chess skills. Thales smiled faintly. Since I returned to the kingdom, many people have wanted to play chess with me, and I have satisfied all of them. Thales continued to walk forward, and his gaze gradually became fierce. But one of them is the most special person. He did not use the way I am used to. They walked on an unfamiliar street. The houses and alleys here were stacked together, and they could still vaguely tell that the place was orderly when it was first planned. But it was still filled with beggars and gangsters, and it was difficult to escape the chaos brought by man-made disasters. Most people play chess, and what they see are chess pieces and chess games. Thales moved sideways to avoid a carriage that was splashing mud. But he is not. The prince's gaze became solemn. Whether it was 6 years ago or 6 years later, he is a maverick and different. Not only does he disdain to play chess, he never glances at the chessboard, and he doesn't even care about the situation of the game or the outcome of the game. Glover's frown deepened, and Cohen's gaze became more and more confused. But Thales' words carried an invisible force that made the two of them subconsciously tense up. Because in his eyes, there are only chess players, big or small, and there is no distinction between superiority and inferiority. They are all solitary, contemplative, and do whatever they want. Thales clenched his fists. He knows, or rather, he is certain. The prince gritted his teeth. The one who makes choices on the chessboard is always the chess player. The legendary wing, anchor Birel, Zayn Covendier, and even the shadow on the throne in Renaissance Palace all flashed across Thales' mind at this moment. Every chess player who makes different choices and becomes who they are, is always traceable. Thales took a deep breath. And he grasped all of these. He only looks at the chess player, and only treats the chess player as chess pieces. He probably believes that as long as he captures the chess player, he can play any game he wants. Just like how a king is not respected by his bloodline, Thales gently pressed his hand on his chest. But the bloodline is honored by the king. Glover and Cohen were silent. One was solemn, and the other was confused. Thales gradually sorted out his thoughts, and his tone was fearful. He is an opponent I have never seen before. His playing style can't even be described and evaluated as brilliant or inferior. His chessboard is formed by connecting different chess players together. For this, he is willing to tie his hands and feet, and even commit suicide to give up his chess pieces, and even overturn the chessboard. Thales' gaze was unfocused, and his mind was elsewhere. Just like some players know how to operate, some play operations, some know techniques, and some look at the big picture, but Thales sighed. He is only single-mindedly staring at the mainframe's power supply. Cohen finally did not feel lonely anymore. He was satisfied to see that Glover also revealed a confused expression at that moment. You'll get used to it. The police officer patted Glover's shoulder in satisfaction, as if he had been through this before. The prince is always like this. He always talks nonsense. I've seen it before. I am his personal guard who accompanies him day and night. Zombie's expression turned cold, and he flung Cohen's hand away without giving him any face. I don't need you to remind me. But Thales did not care about these small details. He was fully immersed in his own thoughts. He chose, or rather, he believed that he chose the king and the chess player, not his bloodline and the chessboard. The prince took a deep breath, but for a moment he felt a little dazed and hesitant. But how can he be so certain? Thales said slowly. If he is respected because of his bloodline, will he definitely be honored because of his bloodline? Will the chess pieces in the chessboard definitely become the chess player? Thales turned around. What do you think? Glover and Cohen, who were competing with each other with their gazes, were shocked. Both of them snapped out of their daze. I can't give you an answer, Glover said cautiously. I still don't understand. Cohen worked hard for a long time, but he still felt dejected and discouraged. His Highness is playing a game, Glover coldly reminded this companion of his who had an ambiguous relationship with his sister. With an opponent that we cannot see in the distance, an important person who is difficult to deal with. Glover's gaze became fierce. Or, there is more than one. Thales nodded in approval. The police officer blinked and shook his head. No, you guys are involved in politics. Why do you have to beat around the bush? But without waiting for Cohen to answer, Thales moved forward again, leaving Cohen, who was trying hard to express his opinion, behind, feeling wronged. So, he is forcing me into the game. Thales remembered the past, and his expression was as cold as ice. Or, he knows that a chess player like me, once I enter the game, I will become the chess player he wants me to be. Thales subconsciously tightened his muscles. Because of this, he gave me a sword. The prince's gaze went straight ahead, piercing through the streets, as if he saw something. Because he knows, or he believes, no matter where the blade is pointed, no matter what I draw the sword for, block or attack, slash or stab, once I pick up the sword, Thales said faintly, I will never be able to put it down again. Glover felt the Duke of Star Lake's struggle and hesitation, but he did not speak. But Cohen tried hard to blink. Where are you going? What are you doing? Sword. Cohen's gaze was profound at first, then lost. I'm sorry, I still don't quite understand. It's okay, Cohen. Thales snapped out of his daze and exhaled. It's a good thing that you don't understand. The prince looked at him with a complicated expression. It means that you are very happy. Don't worry. But unexpectedly, the police officer shook his head decisively. No, Your Highness. Although I know you are secretly scolding me, Master Zadie told me that when you do not know whether to raise your sword, Cohen hesitated for a moment, but still said firmly, it is time to ask your heart of the sword. Thales was stunned. What? The heart of the sword, Cohen said solemnly and seriously. In the Tower of Eradication, without this thing, you cannot graduate. Glover crossed his arms and sneered. It's that stupid Towers theory again. Cohen glared at Glover in dissatisfaction, but in the end he did not clash with Glover. Instead, he turned around and asked Thales, this is the Tower of Eradication's general view on the power of eradication. The power of eradication is not a tool, but a self. Its training is not the practice of skills, nor is it the repetitive repetition, but the training of the heart. It is the questioning of one's self, strength and body, appearance and spirit, skills and personality, actions and beliefs. The sword is external, the heart is internal, the moves and skills are external, and the power of eradication is internal. Only when the internal and external elements complement each other can one reach the pinnacle of the power of eradication. Thales was deep in thought. Cohen showed a nostalgic look. For this reason, as a training method, every swordsman and every fighter in the Tower of Eradication has to embark on a journey to find their own unique heart of the sword. There is no strong or weak, only whether it is suitable or not. The heart of the sword is connected internally and externally, so that one can achieve greatness. Your sword must be parallel to your heart, and their ideals are interlinked. Otherwise, at some point, your heart will always be disconnected from your sword. Your martial arts skills will only yield half the results with twice the effort, and your power of eradication will be sluggish and difficult to execute. Just like how you cannot force a meticulous and thoughtful swordsman to wield his sword freely, you cannot force a straightforward and rough fighter to be meticulous. Parallel, and their ideals are interlinked. Thales was slightly lost in thought. He remembered Ricky's explanation of the power of eradication in the Prison of Bones. Glover snorted in disdain. It sounds extravagant, but when it comes to fighting, Cohen ignored Glover, but looked at Thales instead. What about you? Where is your heart of the sword, Your Highness? Thales was silent. At that moment, he suddenly remembered Fakenhaz's words. Hold on to your sword. Don't lose it. But at that moment, Thales suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. You've crossed the line, young masters. Almost at the same time, Cohen and Glover's expressions changed. Vigilantly and solemnly, they bent their knees and placed their hands on their swords, entering a fighting stance. It was only then that Thales noticed that at some point in time, the streets around them were already empty. It was eerily quiet, and right in front of them, a man with a resolute face and sturdy muscles crossed his arms. He stared at them with a burning gaze. His left arm was tied with a piece of black silk cloth, and it swayed gently. Looks like the scumbags along the way did not lie. The man watched Cohen and Glover's movements, and his gaze changed. They are indeed tough. They are worthy of this cloak. No wonder they dare to come to our street business. Thales stared at the black silk cloth and was lost in thought. Superclass. Glover fixed his gaze on the resolute man. He makes me uncomfortable. Cohen took a deep breath. I know this guy. He's on the list of ex-convicts in the police station. The police officer was eager to take action. Thunder X, Oskow. He served in the army before, on a warship in Eastern Sea Hill. Perfect, we can take this opportunity too, but right at this moment, Oskow whistled softly. Soon, the sound of footsteps rose from all directions. It went from scattered to deafening. In a few seconds, countless figures with black silk cloth tied around their arms appeared from the surrounding streets and alleys. They blocked the three of them so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Glover and Cohen counted the number of people, and their expressions changed at the same time. This is also. Cohen's expression twitched a little. There are too many. This number is extraordinary, Glover concluded solemnly. Thales furrowed his brows. Cohen exhaled. Damn it. I remember that gloomy-looking guy at the back on the left. Silent killer, Leork. His background is still unknown. Thales turned his head to the left, and as expected, he saw a familiar face. Leork leaned against the wall with his head lowered. None of the dozen thugs around him dared to approach him. And on the right, that steal all Tyrians. He's definitely one of the Northlanders who bullies the market and collects debts. He's a reckless Northlander. That's strange. These desperados' subordinates are different. They usually don't gather together, Cohen pondered. Glover did not speak. He just moved his arm to confirm the extent of the whip injury affecting his movements. Welcome to the underground street. I wonder where you came from, young masters. Oskow took the axe handed to him by his subordinate. He took a step forward and flashed the blade with a smile. Black Street Brotherhood greets you. Underground Street. Thales sniffed instinctively. As expected, he smelled the faintly discernible moldy smell from his memory. It was a place he was familiar with. Thales was confused. There's only one. Come to this place to play? Thunder Axe clicked his tongue and shook his head. There's an entrance fee. Oskow waved his hand gently. The thugs around him with ill intentions slowly approached the three of them. I have a flare to request assistance from Western City Police Station. That means the director will definitely nag after this and deduct my... Cohen touched the back of his waist in annoyance. I have one too. The Royal Guards, but the Flag-Bearer Division. Glover said gloomily. But at this moment, Thales boldly took a step forward without hesitation. Is that so? Entrance fee? The teenager under the cloak ignored the dense crowd of people from the Brotherhood and looked straight at Oskow. You have to know, I quite like this place. The feeling every time I come here. With complicated and subtle emotions, Thales sized up the seemingly familiar streets around him. He sighed with emotion. It's like going home. Chapter 601. Go home. When he heard Thales' words and sized up his figure, Oskow sneered without hesitation. Not many people have the right to settle down here, boy. Behind him, the Brotherhood's thugs, who were tied with black silk, also sneered. Their gazes were fierce, and they stared at the three people who were trapped at the fork of the alley with malicious intent. You don't know this. Thales curled his lips into a smile. He did not panic. As if he did not see Oskow, he looked behind him. Where is your leader? I want to talk to him. Thunder Axe's smile faded. Why? Glover looked worried. What does this prince want to do? Why? Cohen was confused for a moment before he reacted. He was puzzled at first, then he looked excited. Why, what do you want to do? Save the world again, just like in Northland? Thales turned around and grinned. Visiting a friend. Don't use the distress flare. Just protect my back. Cohen and Glover were stunned at the same time. I'm the leader here. Oskow's gaze on Thales became more hostile. You can talk to me. He swung the axe in his hand. Or talk to it. Thales sighed. When he was about to answer, hurried footsteps came from the alley. It's them. A few figures squeezed through the group of thugs and came to the side of the leader, Osk. Thales recognized them. They were the Brotherhood's Sleepless, the one who had chased them all the way to Laurel Club, Redmore, whom Thales had met at Red Street Market. I remember them. Redmore panted and pointed at the three people. Especially the big guy with the stiff face. Glover exhaled in displeasure. Cohen turned around in confusion and asked Thales and Glover, do we know him? Also, do I look stiff? Glover's expression became even worse. Are you sure it's them? Oskow was a little unhappy with Redmore, who suddenly cut into the group and interrupted him. There are so many of us. We're going to fight the Red Turbans. Don't waste our time for a few small fries. However, in the Brotherhood's team, Leork spoke faintly. Readmore is a sleepless. He wouldn't be wrong. Oskau shot a displeased glance at Leork. That's right, it's them. Redmore panted, straightened his back, and gritted his teeth. When they were in Red Street Market, they sneakily hid outside the One Night's Romance to watch. Then, they escaped into Blood Bottle Gang's territory. Now they are here. There is definitely something wrong with them. Holy is *T, Cohen blinked. He lowered his voice and was slightly surprised. How did he know we came from Red Street Market? Glover sneered and replied in a gruff voice, Don't worry. Because you look like a prostitute. Cohen looked confused at first, then indignant. Thales shifted his gaze and observed almost everyone in the field. We're still very busy, so you three. Oskok waved his axe and said in a clear voice, Are you going to surrender and confess, or are you going to wait for us? I told you. Thales suddenly spoke so that everyone in the room could hear him clearly. Your rank is not high enough. Let the leader talk to me. Oskok's gaze turned cold when he was interrupted. He first glanced around. The Brotherhood's thugs, who were whispering to each other, quietened down again. Every year, there are always noble young masters who are used to being bossed around. They can't stay still and think highly of themselves. They want to learn from stage plays, disguise themselves, and visit this magical place. Oskok stared coldly at Thales, who looked the youngest but was obviously the leader of the trio. Just to see how miserable our lives are, and then feel how good our lives are. His words caused many thugs to reveal looks of jealousy and hatred. Thunder Axe's tone changed and turned into a ferocious smile. Until they see how good our lives are, and how miserable their fates are. While they were at each other's throats, Glover felt the hostility from the people around him become more obvious. He could not help but clench his teeth. Enough. The Brotherhood's steal all. Adrianza pulled out a spiked mace and coldly said, What do you have to say? Let's talk after we beat him down. Across from him, Cohen unsheathed the load-bearer sword from its scabbard, ready for battle. Everyone. Thales had no choice but to cough loudly. Are we really going to do this? He exhaled and glanced at the densely packed enemies around him. It was all right. He was so close to catching up to the murderous disaster swords, the awe-inspiring Lampard's army formation, or the orcs surrounded by the surging black tide. To be honest, I'm already past that age. Thales said helplessly. Oskok frowned, but his eyes kept sizing up the moving troops, calculating the time to surround them. The young man spread his arms, completely ignoring the ferocious gazes of the countless people in front of him. I say, I'm really past the age where I can reveal my identity or show some of my strength, and then pretend to be profound in the midst of exclamations. I can scare my enemies so much that they piss their pants, and let passers-by think that I'm an invincible fighter. I can gain self-esteem, pleasure, and a sense of existence from this. Cohen and Glover looked at each other. So, please, I don't want to do that. Thales noticed that more and more thugs moved quietly and gathered behind them. I'm not interested in this method. Glover and Cohen moved their feet, widening their defense area and keeping an eye on the movements around them. So, which noble young master with an extraordinary status are you? After revealing your identity, Oskok's expression changed, and he showed a ruthless expression. Can you let us ask for more ransom? But the young man smiled faintly and did not care. In fact, I doubt whether my father will pay for my ransom. Based on past experience, he would probably rather that I be killed. At this moment, another cold voice rang out. How do you know? Oskok, who was interrupted again, saw the speaker clearly and said in dissatisfaction, Leork. But Thales chuckled softly and looked at the familiar face that he had seen countless times on the streets when he was young. His old friend. The quiet killer, Leo. At that time, this man always lowered his head and put his hands in his pockets. He walked leisurely with his shoulders swaying. He slowly strolled into the Brotherhood's territory like an ordinary local hooligan. But even Quide, who was used to being arrogant and despotic, did not dare to say anything when he saw him. And all the child beggars knew that they should not look him in the eyes. Thales dispersed the memories of the past and chuckled. Because I know my father. But the quiet killer shook his head. No. What I want to ask is, how can you be sure that the person who will lead us is Morris? Thales narrowed his eyes. Seeing that his authority was being questioned again, Aschok angrily warned, Leork. But the quiet killer did not even look at Aschok. He only stared at Thales quietly. Thales looked at the familiar face that had experienced many vicissitudes of life. He suddenly recalled the time when he was young, when he listened to the entanglement between him and Felicia. This guy. Thales pointed at Aschok. He rose to prominence during the era of the 13 generals. He has been Rhoda's blade. Aschok's expression changed. Steel Cone is Senza's fighter. Leork, your business is mediated by Morris. Thales nodded one by one as if he was familiar with them. He even seemed a little lazy. As for the sleepless over there, he is Lance's man. Leork, Adrianza, and Reedmore frowned at the same time. Glover was puzzled. Even though he was a child beggar from the Blood Bottle Gang, he did not know much about the Brotherhood's internal information. How did the prince? Cohen looked calm. After all, the Jade Stars knew everything. The Brotherhood has such a big operation and lineup, but all of you do not belong to each other. You are divided among the 4 leaders. This means that the leader is someone else. As for the one closest to this place, I can only think of Fatty Morris. Thales looked around and said loudly, why is he not out yet? But no one answered Thales's voice in the alley. It could only arouse the doubts of the Brotherhood members. Thales frowned and could not help but start to mutter. Did I guess wrong? Adrianza, who was in the crowd, snorted coldly. This kid has a sharp tongue, but I don't know. Before he finished speaking, his figure suddenly moved. He launched a surprise attack. He went straight for Thales. Something unexpected happened. Asku and Thales' expressions changed slightly. But a figure also flashed behind the teenager and faced Adrianza head-on. In a flash, the air surged. Clang, clang, shing. The alley was narrow. The sound of weapons clashing was ear-piercing. Those who heard it all frowned. After the 3 rounds, Adrianza gritted his teeth and retreated. He looked at the wound on his right arm. He was shocked and angry at the same time. In front of him, Glover, who was blocking Thales, sheathed his sword coldly and shook off the blood on the blade. There was a small commotion in the Brotherhood's team. Aschok's expression also changed. That Steel Cone, Senza's subordinate, who is famous for his fighting ability. Today's idea is indeed a little tough. Cohen's eyes were filled with surprise. He could not help but look at Glover in a different light. Although this guy can't beat me, he's still pretty cool with a sword, Glover exhaled through his nose as a disdainful response. I've seen this sword technique and footwork before. Adrianza tore the black silk cloth off his arm and bound the wound tightly. He stared at Glover, and his expression was full of wariness. You served in the regular army before? Very close. Glover snorted coldly. He swung his sword again and stopped the other 2 thugs from the Brotherhood. Guess again? Adrianza frowned. Aschok could not take it anymore. He shouted angrily, Motherf asterisk curs. Let's go together and take them down. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 thugs closest to them roared and rushed forward on the other side. The figures on the periphery surged. They were obviously eager to fight as well. Thales sighed. In the end, we still have to do this? Sure enough, he did not need to speak. Another strong figure passed the teenager and went forward. Shing. Swoosh. With 2 terrifying muffled sounds, the 2 thugs at the front fell to the ground at the same time. Blood flowed out and they cried out in pain. Drag them back to disinfect and bandage them. They might still be saved. Cohen swung his sword with his flashy load-bearer. He looked at the enemies in front of him and snorted disdainfully. Who else? The thugs in his direction froze. They stared at Cohen's blade, which was still dripping with blood. No one rushed forward again. On the other side, Glover also drew his sword without batting an eyelid. After he knocked down a person, he pushed him back into the enemy's group, causing chaos among the enemies. Their swift movements and powerful attacks were extraordinary. The thugs from the Brotherhood looked at each other and did not move forward for a while. Cohen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, fighting on the streets is different from a battlefield where orders are strictly obeyed. As long as I knock down the one who seems to be the most ruthless and fearless, it will serve as a deterrent. Thales was the only one who rubbed his face with a headache. Damn it. Aschak watched his subordinates drag away the thugs who had fallen to the ground. He was furious when he saw how cautious they were. The opponent's strength is troublesome. Let's not talk about it for now, but have the thugs from the Brotherhood in the capital not fought a tough battle for a long time? As long as there's someone who is ruthless and fearless, they will delay their attack. Damn it. When did Blood Bottle Gang get these two tough foes? Then, Aschak looked at Cohen and Glover. He signaled to the others and gestured at Thales with his chin. The Brotherhood's formation immediately began to move. Cohen had been on duty on the streets of the capital for many years. He was sensitive to their plans. He extended his arms and protected Thales behind him. Don't even think about it. Glover took a step back in tacit understanding. The two of them protected Thales. But Thales sighed helplessly. All right, I'm serious. Thales ignored the expressions of the two people beside him. He pushed their arms away and pointed at Aschak and Leork with a sullen expression. You guys go and tell Morris that I can help him with the problem he encountered. I said, I'm the leader here. Aschak extended his finger. He was extremely dissatisfied. And I'm not. Forget it. Thales could not be bothered to listen to his harsh words, which were meant to distract them and take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. From the looks of it, even if I say I'm a prince, they will not stop and sit down to talk. I have to bring out the real deal. Aschak, Thunder Axe, right? Thales raised his voice. Since you work for Rhoda, I think you must know the blacksmiths on South Street. For example, Karachi? Aschak's arm froze in the air. You must have felt terrible too. After his shop and the other shops that had dealings with you were raided for no good reason, your underground arms business, especially the processes such as the tempering of old goods, became full of obstacles all of a sudden, wasn't it? Thales sneered. And I'm afraid this is not the only thing that makes you feel terrible. Thales was satisfied to see that not only Aschak, but many of the thugs from the Brotherhood, including Xianxia, Leork, and Redmore, changed their expressions. Glover was puzzled again. You even know this? He does know something. It seems like it's not small fish, Xianxia, another Northlander, said coldly. Take him down regardless of casualties. The people behind him immediately stepped forward, but Thales turned his head at the right time. Xianxia, the teenagers said loudly. You are Senza's #1 right-hand man. You have been running business with him in the Northern Territory and the Land of Cliffs. To be precise, you are fighting for territory with Blood Bottle Gang. Xianxia snorted coldly. Over the past few years, especially after the alarm at Broken Dragon Fortress was lifted and peace returned to the Northern Territory's borders, you have been smooth sailing and forced Blood Bottle Gang to retreat. But you were sent back by Senza. Thales shook his head. Because he knows the reason for your victories over the past few years. He knows where the key to Black Street Brotherhood's development lies. Especially these days, when your development is blocked. The moment he finished speaking, a figure swayed in front of him. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Xianxia's spiked mace and Glover's sword were entangled. They could not advance or retreat. F asterisk CK, the Northlander nicknamed Steel, all gritted his teeth. His expression was ferocious. IF asterisk King hate nobles. What a coincidence. Glover did not forget to reply in a muffled voice while he wrestled with the other party. Me too. But on the other side, Cohen suddenly trembled. He subconsciously turned around and raised his sword to block a blade that appeared out of nowhere. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Leork's figure moved swiftly. He retreated the moment he came into contact with the blade, like a ghost under the sun. In an instant, the situation changed. Battle cries rose. The Brotherhood's hatchet men surrounded and attacked. Glover and Cohen shouted angrily. The two of them stood in front of Thales and protected him in the middle. They exerted all their strength to block the attacks from the swords and sabers. Thales knew that the situation was not good, but he had faced such situations countless times. He believed in Glover and Cohen's abilities. So, he forgot about the fear in his heart and calmly said, "Leorc, are you not worried that you will be entangled with us here?" Leorc's gaze flickered in the crowd. "Felicia has just escaped from danger. Aren't you going to take a look?" Leorc's expression changed. He put down the blade that he held tightly and blocked the hatchet men behind him. Thales smiled faintly. "Or could it be that the news she brought back made your leader extremely nervous?" Leorc's expression changed again. But this time, he showed a ruthless expression and ordered his subordinates, "Go. Leave him with his tongue. As long as he can speak, it will be fine." Thales' smile froze. See, on the other side, Glover and Adrianza separated again. He swung his long sword and drew 2 streams of blood at the same time. He took down 2 hatchet men who wanted to take advantage of the situation and blocked the other enemies who wanted to swarm him from the back. Cohen roared and swung his sword. He used his strength to control the width of his sword. Time and time again, the enemies who could not stop him fell back into the group. "Are you still not coming out, Morris?" Amid the battle cries, Thales summoned the sin of Hell's river and let his voice penetrate the crowd. But the situation did not change. "Take care of yourself." Oskau sneered in front of him, "Chatty young master." Thales felt a chill in his heart. "I want to say that why?" Cohen panted. "Are we really not going to ask for reinforcements from Flames?" Although Cohen and Glover appeared to be at ease, Thales could not help but feel anxious when he saw the enemies swarming in front and behind him. What about Lance? The sleepless eye of the Brotherhood? The prince added a name and shouted. "I think he was the most affected by the news that Felicia spat out, right? Doesn't he want to go home and take a look?" The moment he finished speaking, a calm voice that was different from the others spread in the air, as if it was right beside his ears. "Stop!" Thales exhaled and stared at the surging crowd. Finally, a fat and strong figure appeared in the crowd. He spoke in a low voice, but it was as if he had the power of 1,000 men. It made the crowd quiet down. Everyone stepped back. The hatchet men were puzzled in the chaos. Then, they slowly put down their weapons from the back to the front, stopped fighting and retreated. The battle cries gradually died down. Glover sheathed his sword, leaving behind 2 pitiful people wailing on the ground. Cohen elbowed the last hatchet man who was in a killing frenzy. He panted and raised his head. The crowd at the entrance of the alley slowly parted. A short and fat but strong man walked over with calm steps. Thales saw the man's face clearly and felt relieved. 6 years. I see him again. Boss Morris. When Oskau saw the man, his expression became solemn. We will take him down soon, but Morris only curled his lips and revealed a ferocious smile. Can't you see Axe? One of the 6 powerhouses of the Brotherhood, Morris, who occupied lower city of the capital, patted Oskau's shoulder. He turned his head coldly and looked straight at Thales. He is not one of those cowards you kidnapped. He is not one of those young masters who think they are the main characters, but once they lose their status, power, or divine weapons to rely on, they tremble in fear. Thales also looked back at Morris with a cold look in his eyes. When he was a child beggar, it was this kind-looking fat man who managed the gang business in Blackstreet, the birthplace of Blackstreet Brotherhood, and even the entire lower city. Every time he appeared, Leorc, Felicia, Rick, Locke, Quide, Beth, and most of the Brotherhood members Thales had to obey his orders. And he would occasionally appear in Sunset Pub. Every time he appeared, Jayla would be cautious, and the boss would not look good. Oh, right, Morris also raised a ferocious angry wolfhound, which almost killed Thales. But this could not be compared to Morris' other crime. He once suffocated an escaped child beggar to death in front of everyone. Since then, the Brotherhood's own people and their opponents were all in awe of Morris. No matter who it was, when they looked into the eyes of this smiling fat man who could even lay his hands on children, Without the slightest bit of pity, they would feel a chill down their spine. The child beggars even hid and cowered under Quide's warning, afraid that they would be unlucky. But at this moment, Thales suddenly realized that he was already standing there, looking straight into Morris's eyes. "This is a noble." Morris continued to move forward, passing through the crowd. The thugs of the Brotherhood all lowered their heads and retreated. The real kind. Not the useless foppish young masters that the Red Turban likes to cling to. Morris finally arrived in front of Thales. Cohen and Glover dutifully stood in front of Thales and warned the seemingly ordinary fat man. Morris looked at the two bodyguards in front of him and revealed a shrewd smile unique to businessmen. At that moment, Thales suddenly felt a chill down his spine. "Enough!" The teenager suddenly spoke, and he seemed to have lost his composure. "It's close enough." Thales reminded his two subordinates, "Be careful, this guy's psionic ability," but before Thales could finish, Morris raised his eyebrows and smiled with his eyes squinted. "Yes, it's close enough." In the next second, Cohen and Glover's expressions changed drastically, and they swayed at the same time. Two dull sounds were heard, and both of their weapons were pressed against the ground at the same time. Thales was shocked. Glover was seen trembling as he pulled his collar open and panted in pain. "Breathe." Morris just looked at him with a smile, as if he was watching a child next door playing a game. "Damn it." Thales was shocked and angry at the same time. Morris's psionic ability is too far away. On the other side, Cohen's face was also red, and he desperately supported himself against the ground. "I remember now, the Brotherhood, the fat boss, psionic ability damn it, if only I had a chance, not too much, just 1 second to draw my sword, I wouldn't have to be so embarrassed in front of the prince, but you don't have that 1 second. In the Tower of Eradication, Master Zadie's words rang in his ears. "If you don't snatch it, you don't have it. If you don't snatch it, you don't have it." Cohen angrily and painfully punched the ground, but it only made it harder for him to breathe. "Ah, I recognize you. You're the infamous stupid police officer from the gang in Western City." Morris scrutinized Cohen, who had his hood down, and clicked his tongue. "It must have been hard on your father for you to survive until now." Cohen trembled. C. Glover's expression was ferocious, and he stared at his own hand with difficulty. "Damn it, if it wasn't for the whip, I could." Morris straightened his back. This time he looked at Thales. His smile did not diminish, but his gaze turned cold. "Say it, kid." The fat man clicked his tongue. "Who are you?" Or more directly, who is your boss or your father? Thales took a deep breath and realized that he was not among the targets of Morris's psionic ability. But he raised his head and looked at the smiling Morris. Behind him, there was Oskau, who had a ferocious grin on his face, Adrianza, who was unhappy, and Leork, who had a cold expression. He had underestimated Morris. He was not the butler of the Brotherhood who rarely fought. On the contrary, as long as he used it properly, his psionic ability could even defeat 2 supraclass elites. But Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath. 6 years ago, he did not even have the chance to face him, did he? At that time, one of his dogs could bite him to death. But now, Thales opened his eyes. His gaze was calm and clear. "This is an interesting show." Morris hummed in agreement and looked at the teenager with great interest. "You're quite brave." But Thales' next words made Morris' smile disappear. "So, this is how Blacksword was trained?" Thales curled his lips. "Because of your air psionic ability, he simulated similar situations countless times. His resistance training was constantly improved, and he was able to calmly escape every time he faced Asda? Blacksword. Asda." Morris frowned. But a few seconds later, he laughed out loud. "Over the years, more than one person has used Blacksword in front of me." With 2 clangs, Glover and Cohen could no longer hold onto the hilt of their swords. They supported themselves with their arms. The air was thin, and their symptoms of hypoxia became more obvious. Thales was anxious, but he forced himself to calm down and stared straight at Morris. But Morris scratched his chin, his face full of nostalgia. They always talk like they're old foxes, pretending to be close to people to intimidate them. It's as if they're of high status and have big businesses. It's as interesting as saying, "Do you know the kingdom's wrath?" I used to joke around with him. The kingdom's wrath. Thales thought about the man who carried him and charged into the enemy's formation with an aura as violent as a volcano. He frowned. In this world, there's probably no one who can joke around with that guy. As he thought about this, he suddenly laughed out loud in the midst of the crowd. I know. Thales also revealed a nostalgic expression. You don't fall for it. You've known Black Sword for a long time. You're very familiar with him. Perhaps 20 years ago, when you were still mercenaries in the Great Desert? Morris' gaze froze. Thales chuckled. Right, the 9 powerhouses? At that moment, the members of the Brotherhood looked at each other in confusion. Morris did not speak. He only pursed his lips and stared at Thales with a silent expression. The teenager also stared back at him quietly. But the next moment, Morris burst into laughter. Pretending to be profound and revealing some superficial secrets to make people think that you're well-informed and that you're at an unfathomable level. I've seen this pretentious act before. Thales' expression did not change. He looked at Morris and shook his head. Very childish. Morris swung his arm, unconcerned. Tie him up and bring him back. But at that moment, there was another commotion in the Brotherhood. This commotion did not originate from the rear. Thales lowered his head. He was also slightly surprised. At some point in time, Cohen raised his head and stared at Morris. The glory of the stars surged madly, gushing out of his heart without any regard for the cost. It shone brightly on his skin. They provided him with an endless supply of extra energy, supporting the police officer to forcefully inhale much more oxygen than usual. It made him tremble, but he could not stop it. He stood up. Cohen gritted his teeth and spun the sword in his hand. His vision gradually turned red and blurred. It's time to get back at them. On the other side, Glover also stood up slowly. His power of eradication spread throughout his body, melting the stored substances and energy, reducing the discomfort in his body, numbing his pain and soreness, and making his expression cold. The zombie's eyes froze and focused on Morris. As usual, his pain disappeared without a trace. His emotions gradually became numb. His body became a cold, cruel, and fearless weapon again. It's time to kill. Oskau and Leork looked at the 2 people in front of them in shock. They knew what kind of burden and damage Morris' psionic ability would cause to a fragile human body. This is impossible? Morris was equally surprised when he saw the 2 people break free from the restraint of the psionic ability. I underestimated you, Morris murmured. This is an ability and quality that can only be trained in bloody battles. You're all seedlings of supreme class. Black Sword was right. Psionic abilities could catch people off guard. But they could not change the outcome. Morris touched his forehead helplessly as he looked at the 2 tough men who stood up again. He smiled bitterly and helplessly. You're right. Why are the elites always on the enemy's side? Thales nodded. He felt the same way. But this time, he smiled happily. Can we talk now? Morris' smile froze for a few seconds. Behind him, Oskau and Leork gripped their weapons. Cohen and Glover's expressions became even more terrifying. Finally, the plump man sighed and spread his hands. Glover and Cohen immediately felt that the air around them smelled good again. Then, they panted and returned to normal. Don't worry. I hate childish tricks too. The change in the situation made the prince feel at ease. He said loudly, We're all adults. Morris looked at Thales' tender face and furrowed his brows. Thales came to his senses and coughed. You know, during the age of the Empire, men became adults at the age of 14. They could go to war, get married, and have children. The teenager took a step forward. That's why I don't want to use my identity, and I don't want to use sensational news to scare people. Thales looked at him seriously. I'll say it again. I'm here to help you, Morris. Morris rubbed his hands. He looked around. The Brotherhood's thugs had calmed down again. He sneered. How? Returning to the battlefield he was most familiar with, Thales took a deep breath. The Blackstreet Brotherhood may be big, but there's no need for them to gather 4 big shots at the same time to carry out a normal street robbery, even if there are 2 muscular men behind them. Cohen shook his head. Glover swung his arms and snapped out of his previous state. Thales thought about what he had seen and heard over the past few days. He said faintly, "There's only one reason for you to be so nervous." Morris stared at the teenager. "You're talking nonsense." Thales ignored his words and sneered. "But what if it's not them?" Morris rubbed his hands together and paused. "If the culprit who kidnapped Felicia's people in your territory, if the culprit who destroyed your business, hindered your development, caused everything to go wrong for you, and caused you to run into obstacles everywhere, isn't the old enemy that you thought?" Thales' voice became stern. "What if it's not Blood Bottle Gang?" Morris did not reply, but Oskau, Leork, Adrianza, and the others behind him had different reactions. "Of course, you already know," from Felicia's mouth. Thales said coldly, "You just don't know what to do. Because the enemy is too powerful and cannot be resisted." Morris pursed his lips tightly and stared at the teenager under the hood. Thales pushed Glover and Cohen aside. Under their worried gazes, he took a step forward and stopped a foot away from Morris. Their eyes met. It turned out that he was already as tall as Morris. And the evil fatty in front of him, who made countless people fear him, his gaze, was so fearful. Thales was at a loss, but he quickly regained his composure and said resolutely, "And I am you. I am also the only hope for the Brotherhood in this predicament. Now, can we talk?" Thales finished speaking and waited quietly. The air became quiet. Morris did not say a word. His gaze became dark. Everyone subconsciously clenched their fists or weapons. Leork's cold gaze met Cohen's. Glover and Adrianza looked at each other and exchanged a provocative gaze. Finally, amidst the unbearable silence, Morris suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha." Perhaps it was because of the heir's psionic ability, his laughter shook the alleyway and made people uncomfortable. Leork pressed his ears in discomfort and said through gritted teeth, "Boss." But Morris suddenly turned around. "Retreat." The fatty had an elated look on his face as he waved his arms around happily. Go home, go home. Do what you need to do." The people in the Brotherhood were stunned. Thales exhaled and smiled. In the next second, Leork, who had followed Morris for many years, turned around and gave his order without hesitation. Amidst the rustling of footsteps, the people who belonged to Morris behind him dispersed. Redmore and his sleepless were expressionless, but they quietly melted into the shadows and disappeared into the messy and hidden alleyway. Adrianza hesitated for a moment, but he nodded and turned around with his subordinates. Glover and Cohen finally breathed a sigh of relief. More than half of the people in the alleyway immediately dispersed. Only the last few people were left. "Boss Morris?" Laschak looked at Thales unwillingly. "Are we still going to Red Street Market today?" Morris did not even look at him. He only looked at the prince with interest and repeated, "Retreat." Laschak took a deep breath. "Boss Morris, since we have mobilized so many people, we should not return empty-handed. We should at least go to Red Street Market and give the Red Turbans a warning." When Morris heard this, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. "Oh, you're right. That's good." He waved his hand in a sluggish manner. "Go, it's all up to you." Laschak was stunned. He looked at the thin team behind him. "But we are going to Blood Bottle Gang. We need numbers." "Boss Rhoda Rhoda, my old friend." Morris was like an old man who was hard of hearing. He slowly dug his ears. "Is he here too?" Laschak pursed his lips. "No, boss, but..." Morris's face fell. "Then why are you still talking nonsense?" The plump man turned around slightly. His eyes were filled with coldness. "Is your surname Rhoda too?" Laschak's face immediately turned pale. However, he judged the situation and did not continue to pester him. He turned around decisively and left with his subordinates. The Brotherhood's forces, which were originally heavily surrounded, were suddenly left with 3 people. Morris, Leorc, and another subordinate who had opened up a path. Then, in the empty alleyway, Morris rubbed his hands together and looked at Thales with a smile. This handsome, why? Thales suddenly interrupted him. Why did you say that this is a true noble? Morris paused. A thought appeared in his head. Because I have seen it before. Thales narrowed his eyes. The Brotherhood's kind-looking plump man laughed. A true noble has nothing to do with their outward bearing or even their birth or bloodline. Instead, it is the mark that is branded in their soul and bones. Morris' smile faded slightly. His small eyes shone brilliantly. Even if they are mired in mud, even if they are born despicable, even if they have nothing, they are also destined to be nobles. Thales was deep in thought. Morris rubbed his hands on his clothes. He walked forward and extended his hand politely. Let me introduce myself. I am Morris. I do not have a surname. He chuckled. I am just a street thug. Thales looked at the man's attitude and suddenly had mixed feelings. 6 years can indeed change a lot. The teenager did not think too much. He also put on a smile and held Morris' swollen fingers. I am Wuxia Casso. Morris' smile remained on his face until Thales said the next sentence. I am the attendant of the Prince of Constellation. I represent the noble, magnanimous, and wise Duke of Star Lake, the second prince. Thales' expression became solemn. Prince Thales Jadestar. Morris' hand froze. Glover and Cohen looked at each other. In the face of Thales' indifferent but prideful gaze, Morris seemed to be a little confused. He blinked, took a step back, and listened to another subordinate whisper something. A few seconds later, the plump man turned his head and his expression changed instantly. Oh my, you are the prince's attendant, right? Morris held Thales' hands again and shook them vigorously. He looked pleasantly surprised. It is my honor. It is also my honor. Thales let him shake his hands and sighed. You may not be able to imagine. Morris listened attentively. The teenager looked at the charmingly naive Morris before him and said sincerely with emotion, but a long time ago, I really did not expect that I would one day stand here like this and talk to you. Thales shook the plump man's hand back forcefully. Boss Morris. Morris' smile was so wide that it almost reached the back of his ears. He clicked his tongue and shook his head. Oh my, you are too polite. Glover and Cohen looked at each other's change in attitude and showed disdain at the same time. Just a little bit, Morris smiled obsequiously. Thales' lips curled up slightly. As the son of Count Gilbert Casso and the attendant of the prince from a prestigious family, His Excellency Wuxia Casso is 24 years old this year. Morris was in high spirits, but his words made Thales' expression change. And he doesn't look like you. At that moment, Thales' expression froze on his face. At least he is not as handsome and elegant as you. Morris happily patted the back of the teenager's hand and bowed clumsily. His eyes shone brilliantly. Lofty and honorable, generous and wise, Prince Thales? Chapter 602. Underground Street, Grove's Pharmacy. Grove listlessly sent away a bruised thug from the Brotherhood and recorded his credit in his notebook. Only then did he sit down lazily behind the counter. He warmed himself with a bottle of wine as he watched his wife take care of the shelves. Not to mention the occasional street robberies and petty thefts. Even if everything went smoothly, there was basically no profit to be made from opening a pharmacy in Lower City District. But he, the slick Grove, still managed to take root in this notoriously chaotic place. He had been doing business peacefully for more than a decade. This was not something an ordinary person could do. Aside from the good connections his father had made while he was still alive, his good working relationship with the Blackstreet Brotherhood was also one of the reasons. Now, in the underground street, he was considered a big shot. Who would be stupid enough to give him a hard time? Every time he thought of this, Grove felt a little proud, which made him look around his shop even more contentedly. Occasionally, he would take a sip of the warm wine. Dad, this business of mine is much better than when you swindled people back then, isn't it? The door of the shop was pushed open, and the bell behind the door rang. And a gust of cold wind seeped in from the street. "There's a customer." Grove shivered in the cold and raised his head reluctantly from behind the counter. "Don't tell me it's those ignorant thieves. They haven't stopped for more than a decade. It's winter now, and there's a shortage of herbs. We don't have enough typhoid medicine. If you must buy it, the price won't be cheap." Grove, who was repeating himself mechanically, was stunned when he saw the customer. The person who opened the door was a strong man with a stiff expression. He lifted his cloak to reveal the sword hilt at his waist. He looked down at Grove from above. Behind him was another large man who was about the same size. The latter was unlucky enough to be caught by the doorbell's rope. He was shocked. Then, he held the weapon at his waist and looked around unhappily. Grove was a little puzzled. He had never heard of these two people in the Brotherhood. Were they new? Or robbers? Having lived in Lower City District for a long time, Grove's first reaction was to reach for a knife under the counter. But the appearance of a third person made him change his mind. It was an average-sized man with a childish face. He was clearly a teenager who was still growing. He lifted his hood and scanned the shop in a daze. This was strange. Grove mumbled. He had seen a lot over the years. He had met all kinds of customers. Those who were just shopping, those who were sincere in bargaining, those who were poor but pretended to be rich, those who were rich but stingy. However, he couldn't tell the background of this young man. He couldn't tell if he was a second-generation noble from a wealthy family or a commoner from the lower city who was used to living a hard life. He couldn't tell if he was a gangster who had been beaten up, or if he was a harmless and adorable hedonistic young master. The young customer did not pay any attention to him. He just stretched out his hand and stroked the rows of shelves like a wanderer who had just returned home. Of his two muscular attendants, one was extremely vigilant and kept looking back, while the other lowered his hood and stared straight at Grove, hesitating to speak. When Grove saw the latter's face clearly, his expression changed drastically. "F***, it's you again." The owner of the pharmacy looked disgusted and annoyed. "Stupid police officer?" Cohen, who was about to greet his boss, paused. "What did you say?" Grove coughed, but the disdain in his eyes did not diminish. "Police officer Caribbean." Cohen's eyes lit up. He ignored the young man who was walking around in the shop and moved closer to the counter. I'm here today. Do a good deed, don't come here and stir up **T again. I really don't sell any illegal drugs here." Before he spoke, Grove let out a long sigh. "I have nothing to do with those gangsters either." Thud. With another arm pushing against the door, a short and stout fatty walked into Grove's pharmacy and looked around with interest. When he saw who it was, Grove shuddered and he choked on his words. M.O. Morris? Grove stared at the new customer in front of him in horror. But he reacted quickly and quickly adjusted himself before walking out of the counter. He forced a smile and spread his arms, as if he wanted to hug him. Morris. Welcome, my good friend." But Morris extended his hand mercilessly and pressed down on Grove's chest, preventing him from hugging him. The leader of the Brotherhood only nodded faintly and pushed Grove back behind the counter slowly but firmly. The latter could only smile awkwardly and nervously. Cohen widened his eyes. Didn't you say that you don't know him? You and this scum of the Brotherhood," Cohen said angrily. But the two of them, who were just exchanging pleasantries, ignored him. "Welcome, Morris. Is there anything special?" Grove looked nervously at the calm-looking fatty. His words were filled with humbleness and fawning. "Relax." Morris narrowed his eyes and patted the shoulder of the owner of the pharmacy. "Old friend. I'm here for a walk." Grove was shocked when he was patted. Then he reacted and squeezed out a smile. Of course. Come, take a walk. My dear, clean up the floor. Then bring out your gang." Grove's wife nervously grabbed the broom beside the shelf. But Morris grabbed the owner's shoulder. "Don't worry about it. Just accompany your friend and leave in a while," Morris said calmly. But the more indifferent the leader of the Brotherhood was, the more terrified Grove was. Okay. Grove waved his hand to get his wife to go back. He carefully approached Morris, looked at the angry Cohen, then pointed at the dazed teenager by the shelf. What's going on? Why is there a police officer? And who's that? Morris raised his eyebrows and turned around. Glover stood at the door and stared at him. His right hand was on his weapon, and the warning look in his eyes never diminished. Bodyguard. The dignified fatty snorted softly. My friend's bodyguard. Grove was stunned. Friend? A little friend. Morris turned to look at the teenager between the shelves. His words were meaningful. And a big friend. Grove blinked, and the way he looked at the teenager changed. He quickly shouted, "Oh, have a good time shopping, customer." Ha. With that, Grove rolled his eyes, rubbed his palms, and giggled. Morris, since you're here, I'd like to hand in my money for next month in advance. Yanni, bring me the money bag. Morris furrowed his brows. Money? Cohen's reaction was even faster. He immediately said angrily, "Hey, how dare you ask for protection money in front of me?" Grove turned to the police officer and said sternly, What protection fee? Don't spout nonsense. This is money I owe my friend. I'm just returning the money. Do you understand? Returning money? Is there a money for returning money? Cohen jumped up and said earnestly, I'm telling you, don't be afraid. I'm telling you, don't be afraid. The police officer is here to uphold justice for you. On the other shelf, the shopkeeper's young wife walked over shakily. But, dear, didn't you just hand in the money last month? Grove seemed to have found a breakthrough. He turned around and said fiercely, Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Be asterisk. His wife cowered a little from his roar. Morris is our good friend. Why would you be so calculative? Grove waved his hand with a look of extravagance. Just hand it over. He then turned to look at Morris, who had a complicated expression on his face. He became friendly and ingratiating again. Do you think I don't exist? This was the indignant Cohen. But our income this month. This was the pitiful Yanni. Bang. Morris slams his hand on the counter. He suppressed all the voices. As I said. Morris looked around. This big shot of the Brotherhood's gaze seemed to have power, forcing everyone to shut their mouths. Grove, I'm only here for a stroll. Morris smiled and placed his palm on Grove's shoulder. Relax. The boss of the pharmacy subconsciously nodded, but he clearly couldn't relax. Instead, he fidgeted uneasily under Morris's palm as he broke out in a cold sweat. Morris curled his lips and chuckled. We have a rule. Since it's next month's money, you'll have to pay it next month. Grove exhaled a breath of air. Morris glanced at Cohen from the corner of his eye. Or not pay. The moment he said that, Grove broke out in a cold sweat again. That's not what I meant. However, Morris chuckled and released him. He turned around and walked between the shelves. He followed the youth's footsteps. Rules? Cohen came to the front of the counter and gritted his teeth in disbelief. Grove, you don't have to pay, and you don't have to be afraid of him. I guarantee that as long as you are willing to testify against Morris and his gang for their crimes of bullying and extortion, I'll definitely send him to prison. Grove, who was at a loss for words, looked at him in a daze. At that moment, another figure floated past the counter, but it brought with it a hint of coldness. Grove shuddered. Hi, Layor. Grove looked nervously at the back of the person who passed by and forced himself to squeeze out a smile. The medicine I sent the other time is still useful. However, Silent Killer didn't even look at him. He only walked past the counter and followed his boss. Grove's greeting hand hung awkwardly in midair. Cohen looked at Layork's back and then at the petrified Grove. He felt that his previous words had been for nothing. He chased after Silent Killer angrily. No, you did it on purpose, right? Let me tell you, Layork, you still have 3 unsolved murder cases. Wait until my colleagues gather all the evidence. However, Layork didn't even look at him. He was expressionless. Excuse me, I want to eat pie in the kitchen. Cohen was stunned. Eat pie? You're really here to seize people's wealth." However, before he could do anything, Glover, who was beside him, covered Cohen's mouth. "No, I want to." The zombie's expression didn't change as he pushed and shoved the police officer into a dark corner. The shop finally quietened down. At this moment, the young man who was quietly looking around the Grove Pharmacy on the other side of the shelf suddenly turned around and called out to the owner's wife. "You're Yanni, right?" The boss wife, who was tidying up the shelves with her head lowered after being wronged, was shocked and raised her head. "This, customer, how can I help you?" The youth who was leisurely touring. Thales saw the other party's appearance clearly. It was a young woman with gentle eyes and gentle brows. "You're a helper here?" The young boss wife obviously knew that the person in the shop was someone from the Brotherhood. She had yet to recover from the atmosphere just now. She spoke carefully. "Yes, I've always been a helper here." Separated by a shelf, Thales looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar young woman in front of him. There was a moment of confusion in his eyes. "But the boss called you darling and B*T." Thales felt that Morris was walking towards them through the shelves. The other people in the shop also shifted their attention to their strange conversation. However, Thales didn't care. Yanni glanced back at her husband, who was on the counter. Grove was horrified again. "I'm his wife. I married him a few years ago." "Is that so?" Thales looked at Yanni in front of him gently but dejectedly. She was the helper in the pharmacy who often helped child beggars when she was young. She distributed food, medicine, and even warm clothes. She was found out and scolded by the boss more than once. And that stingy, vicious, ugly, and smelly pharmacy shop owner. Thales lowered his head. A gloomy feeling rose in his heart. "I'm his wife. I married him a few years ago." Things remained the same, but people changed. But not all of them had happy endings. The prince then looked up. "Do you know, Yanni, you're very beautiful and very young?" Yanni was taken aback and startled. But Thales remembered the past. His gaze when he looked at her was extremely warm. Gentle, kind, hardworking, and capable. Yanni blushed at first. Then she glanced nervously at the people around her and shook her head in panic. No, But Thales didn't wait for her to speak. He continued, "And your husband, he's old and ugly. He has a mouth full of yellow teeth. He's weird and has a bad temper. When she came here to do business, when she was young, she was often beaten and scolded by him." Grove, who was on the counter, heard this and froze on the spot. Yanni seemed to be frightened as well. But Thales said to her seriously, enunciating each word clearly, "Listen, he's not good enough for you." Yanni's face turned even redder. She lowered her head in panic. At that moment, "Hey!" A wide and plump figure inserted himself between the shelves and interrupted the strange conversation. "Why don't you clean up the shelves over there, Yanni? It's a little dusty," Morris said with a smile. As if she had been pardoned, Yanni hurriedly avoided Thales' burning gaze and hid to the other side. The plump man from the Brotherhood watched the lithe lady boss leave and snorted softly. "I don't think a person like you came here to shop or to flirt with women." Thales sighed and turned to face Morris. "What if it's true?" Morris' expression changed. He was as passionate as fire. "Then Lower City District and the Brotherhood will always welcome you. Red Street Market as well." Morris stopped smiling and his eyes shone. After all, not every noble is happy to see their boots stained with mud. Thales no longer paid attention to Grove and Yanni, who were whispering to each other. He replied with the same profound meaning. "Mud is the foundation of building a house." Morris picked up a bottle of medicine and tossed it in the air. He shrugged. "But for some people, building a house is so that they don't see mud." Thales smiled coldly and decisively snatched the medicine from his hands. He carefully placed it back in its original position. "Then their house will collapse sooner or later." Morris was a little surprised by the teenager's actions. "Please forgive me." The plump man clicked his tongue apologetically. "My sister's culture, I don't really understand." Thales suddenly spoke. You're not the only one. Morris' ears pricked up. Thales raised his head and stared at the once familiar, but now unfamiliar, dazzling eyes. It was not just you. During this period of time, the Blood Bottle Gang was also tampered with. Many of their businesses were cut off from inside and outside. For example, they relied on illegal alcohol trafficking, smuggling, the food market, and iron smelting. They had a deep relationship with the great nobles and officials. They also had close ties with the open market, so they were affected even more. Morris' expression became solemn. He turned around and looked at Grove and Yanni, who were watching them from the counter. They shrank back in fear and did not dare to listen anymore. The plump man then looked at Thales and whispered, I don't understand. Of course you do. Thales interrupted him and walked to another row of shelves. What did Felicia tell you? Who kidnapped her? Morris' gaze froze slightly. He was extremely vigilant. So, you're here on behalf of the kingdom's secret intelligence department? Or rather, this was your idea, and the kingdom's secret intelligence department is just following orders? Thales smiled. See, you understand. But Morris' expression changed. He stared at Thales coldly and clicked his tongue as he shook his head. I'm flattered to receive such favor from you. The plump man thought silently, how did I or the Brotherhood offend this young prince? Or did Black Sword offend him in Dragon Cloud's city 6 years ago? Is it worth him mobilizing the kingdom's secret intelligence department to seek revenge? What kind of enmity did they have? Thales shook his head in a relaxed manner when he saw that the effect had been achieved. On the contrary, the prince stopped in front of another row of shelves selling typhoid medicine and said seriously, I'm not related to the kingdom's secret intelligence department. I have nothing to do with the secret intelligence department. They don't know that I came behind their backs. Morris' gaze shifted. Are you sure? The plump man looked doubtful. The kingdom's secret intelligence department is all-pervasive, I'm sure. Thales turned around decisively and interrupted him. When I say that they don't know, the prince's expression became stern and brooked no rebuttal. They don't dare to know. Morris was silent for a while. You're very confident. He stared intently at Thales' face. Just like the countless opponents who fell at the Black Prophet's feet. Thales was also silent for a moment. The opponents who fell at the Black Prophet's feet, for some reason he suddenly thought of many people, the late King Adi, Crown Prince Midier, King Nuvan. I don't know about the kingdom's secret intelligence department. I don't know what kind of entanglement the Black Prophet has with your sleepless eye, Lance. Thales organized his thoughts and spoke again, but it made Morris frown again. But I know that your relationship is complicated, and you're in a delicate situation. Thales stared at Morris. While he felt the strange change in status between the two of them after 6 years, he tried hard to dig out something from the Brotherhood's leader's eyes. If Lance doesn't like the Black Prophet, the prince said flatly, tell him that I don't like him either. This should be the basis of our conversation. Morris was deep in thought. Thales turned around and ignored the plump man. Instead, he walked to the counter and resumed the previous conversation. Did he force you? Yanni, who was by the counter, was shocked. Only then did she realize that the teenager, whose gaze was so intense that she could not bear it, was looking at her again. Thales stared at Grove, who was behind the counter. He suddenly realized that Grove was looking at him and Morris, who was behind him. He had long since shrunk into a ball out of fear. He no longer had the image of a vicious, ruthless, and petty boss. You used to be a helper here, and he was the boss. Does that mean he forced you to marry him? Yanni was stunned. Thales' gaze became stern. For example, if you don't marry him, you won't have a job? Grove, who was behind the counter, trembled. No, seeing her husband's fear, Yanni also snapped out of her daze. She said in a trembling voice, Of course I didn't. I volunteered. Volunteered? Thales raised his voice and stared at Grove, but it gave him the illusion that he was looking down on him. You could have made a better choice. It didn't have to be him. Cohen, who reappeared from a hidden corner, happened to see this scene. He was stunned for a second. Grove was about to speak, but when he saw Cohen and Glover's size, he was instantly terrified and could not even speak. Yanni bit her lower lip and grabbed her husband's hand. I. Thales turned around. His gaze on Yanni returned to being gentle. It just so happens that I need a maid. You can have a better job, a better life, a more respectable environment, and even a better home. Yanni was stunned. Grove's face immediately turned pale. Thales smiled. What do you say? Cohen realized what was happening. Hey Ty, why, the police officer said in a righteous manner with a look of disbelief. I'm going to have to talk about it. What you're doing is considered kidnapping, but he could not finish his sentence. With a glance from Thales, Cohen's mouth was once again covered by Glover, who had the advantage of capturing him. He was dragged into a corner and became silent again. At that moment, the voice of another troublemaker came from behind. Cough, cough, cough. Palace. Burke. Morris coughed. He finally found a suitable form of address after much difficulty. My little friend. He walked forward with a face full of smiles. You know, the customs here are different from those in Northland. We don't do this, but Thales ignored him. He only stared at the stunned young woman. What do you say? The prince said softly. Yanni. Yanni was stunned. Fear, surprise, and countless other emotions flooded her at the same time. She could not seem to react. Morris frowned. On the other side, Grove was about to cry. Don't rush. Take your time to think. I'll shop for a while more. Thales smiled and turned to walk back to the shelves. Morris frowned and looked at Yanni and Grove, then at Thales. Why? The fat man followed Thales. His tone was displeased, revealing the displeasure of a boss whose authority was being interfered with. Thales, who was between the shelves, did not turn his head. He chuckled and said, I like it. Morris took a few deep breaths and his expression returned to normal. No, I'm asking. The fat man narrowed his eyes, revealing the shrewdness of a businessman. Why did the Black Prophet do this? What does the kingdom's secret intelligence department want? The dignified kingdom's intelligence department did not investigate Extet's military movements or understand the political trends of the Fog Three Kingdoms. Instead, they mobilized manpower and resources to deal with the gang business of a few street thugs. Thales turned around and was somewhat impressed by the gang leader's ability to control his emotions. His quality was comparable to that of a high-ranking person. The prince stared at him. You really don't know? Morris shook his head. Just like how I don't understand why a dignified prince of a country would condescend to a muddy place like ours to talk with us bumpkins? His tone revealed his suspicion. Thales met his gaze quietly and recalled the moment when the man had exposed his identity. Even if he was born in a humble family and mingled in the streets, there were still people he could not underestimate. Moreover, strictly speaking, this was Blackstreet Brotherhood. It was Black Sword's territory. Black Sword. Thinking of the man who was strong enough to fight a mystic, Thales shed his contempt and did not dare to be negligent. First of all, although the Black Prophet is still alive, the specific affairs of the kingdom's secret intelligence department are no longer under his control. The prince returned to his negotiating mode and said solemnly, the successor is not well known, but he is young and full of vigor. He is determined to forge ahead and unpredictable. Morris frowned and rubbed his chin as he began to think. Secondly, we all understand that perhaps Blackstreet Brotherhood rose too quickly, and their members are mixed with good and bad people. Perhaps Blood Bottle Gang is too old to rise again and is not as powerful as before. Thales' gaze turned cold. But you, both of you are not simple thugs on the streets. Be it Black Sword or the people behind Blood Bottle Gang. Morris' fingers froze as he rubbed his chin. This damned prince. How much does he know? As for why the kingdom's secret intelligence department did this and why they attacked the two gangs that are closer to the bottom of society, I don't know either. Thales stood between the shelves coldly and crossed his arms. I neither care nor care about the details of the kingdom's secret intelligence department's actions. He disliked it even more. Morris' eyes darted around. You don't know? He sneered. Then what do you want to talk to me about? What can you help me with? Did you really come here just to say a few harsh words, stroll around, admire the scenery, and flirt with women like an ordinary rich playboy? Morris glanced at the counter, and a flash of viciousness appeared in his eyes. A day trip to Lower City District? But Thales just smiled. I'm here to look for medicine. Morris was stunned. What? You know, winter is coming again. Thales sighed. Prepare clothes to ward off the cold, and prepare medicine to treat illnesses. Morris was silent for a moment before he smiled again. He looked tacky, honest, rude, and straightforward. Don't talk in riddles. We are really cultured. At this moment, Thales suddenly raised his head and spoke loudly to Yanni, who was whispering to Grove. Are all the typhoid medicine here? Yanni and Grove jumped in fright. Yes, there are still some in the storeroom, Yanni said while trembling with fear. Thales smiled. Very good. The teenager lowered his head again and picked up the goods. Morris raised his head and furrowed his brows. You don't look like you have typhoid. Thales nodded, then shook his head. Not at the moment. Morris snorted softly. And there is definitely no shortage of doctors in the palace. Thales hummed in acknowledgement and suddenly said, Why? Over the past 6 years, you have been growing stronger and winning against Blood Bottle Gang. Have you ever thought about why? Morris was stunned. Blackstreet Brotherhood rose to power in less than 10 years. As a rootless, spontaneous organization, a civilian organization. Thales raised his head and put on a pretentious air. Why is it developing so smoothly? When he heard the news about himself, Morris became serious again. He thought for a moment and sneered. We are young, better organized, less burdened, stronger willpower, and at the same time, we have a greater strategic vision. He took a step forward. Also, 6 years ago, we fought a great battle in Red Street Market and defeated Blood Bottle Gang. But Thales shook his head firmly and interrupted him. No. Morris was stunned. The prince also took a step forward and met Morris's gaze. His tone was resolute and decisive. Because the kingdom needs you. Thales said slowly. The situation needs you. The era needs you. Morris was stunned. What? The kingdom needs you? But Thales did not give him a chance to ask. He turned around and continued. As an underground force in the kingdom and a black glove that is not afraid of getting dirty, Blood Bottle Gang has an unclear relationship with many local tyrants over the past decades. The transfer of benefits and the binding of relationships are even more deep-rooted. When he said this, Thales' gaze became fixed. For example, the Iris family of South Coast Hill, Covendier. Morris was deep in thought. Thales stopped and carefully studied a bottle of typhoid potion. Yes, between the king and the vassals, between the central government and the local government, between the capital and the entire territory, Thales' gaze gradually became absent-minded. Blood Bottle Gang, which rose to power by smuggling at the borders, chose to fall into the most influential and deep-rooted party from the very beginning. It was also the most difficult to get rid of them. To be the vanguard of others is to be protected by others. Thales stared at the potion in his hand. This is something I only understood after I stepped into politics for many years. It is also the reason why they have been able to flourish and stand tall even though they have suffered heavy blows from the kingdom's officials for decades. Morris did not speak. He only furrowed his eyebrows and pondered deeply. Otherwise, you would have seized the entire Red Street Market during the one-night war 6 years ago. You could have even followed up on your victory and seized more. Thales put the potion back and remembered the experience that changed his fate that night. He sneered and said, Why did you have to give up half of the territory you seized and make peace with Blood Bottle Gang, which was greatly weakened? Why did you draw a line between us? Morris scratched his chin. His dazed gaze became clear again. It's interesting to hear. It's more interesting to play with them, Thales said decisively. He turned around abruptly and looked straight at Morris. Although we are both gangsters who live on the streets and fight for our lives, Blood Bottle Gang has a large business and a deep foundation, while the Brotherhood started from the grassroots. Thale's eyes were bright and piercing, as if they were burning the air. Logically speaking, you are not their match. When the referee and the banker are on the same side, how can you still play? Morris pursed his lips and looked serious. But we are winning, he retorted with a hiss. Yes, Thales nodded and admitted. You are winning. But his gaze immediately became brighter. His voice was like a blade, and each word was like a knife. Not for anything else. It's precisely because of a series of events that happened in recent years. The Duke of Star Lake's voice seemed to have magic. Because there is already a successor to the throne, because the royal family's rule is gradually stabilizing, because the kingdom's political situation is gradually becoming clearer, because Constellation's national strength is recovering, because Extet's inevitable decline, because the borders are no longer in turmoil, Constellation will be free from the heavy pressure. You will be victorious. Thales said resolutely. 6 years, or even 18 years after the Bloody Year, the entire chess game in Constellation will change drastically, and the offensive and defensive positions will change. Central, South Coast, Northern Territory, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and Blade Edge. When the traditional tyrants in these places will either lower their heads and admit defeat, restrain themselves, or fall from exhaustion. Morris was a little absent-minded at first, but as Thales went deeper, he gradually became serious. When agriculture, sea trade, iron smelting, wine production, salt production, tobacco production, and other huge chains of interest that were once scattered all over the kingdom because the royal family was weak and the kingdom was in chaos, they were reorganized and redistributed. When places like Blade Fang's camp, when the local suzerains, nobles, and officials' power were shuffled again and again with the royal family's regular army and the king's officials stationed there, Morris' eyebrows moved back and forth, and he could not stop. When Blood Bottle Gang, who had been drawing gray nutrients from these empty spaces, when they lost their local connections and protection, when they lost their source of flesh, blood, and food, when they lost their backing and confidence. When the letters they wrote to the Covendier family for help never came back after the iris flowers submitted to the 9-pointed star, Thales' voice became calmer and more solemn. How can Blood Bottle Gang, the gang nobles who have been at the top for 100 years, not become weak, not rot, and not fall? He stared at Morris' eyes, which had clearly wavered. How can you, the new challengers, not win and become stronger? Morris gulped. His eyebrows were solemn. Thales turned his gaze away and exhaled. He stared at the exquisite decorations in the small pharmacy, which he knew was made by the mistress at first glance. After the kingdom's war chariot ran over you, Blackstreet Brotherhood, as the representative of the desire and struggle of the bottom of the kingdom, as a new underground force without roots or foundation, as an external force outside of the official departments that have long been corrupted by the local nobles, as the most unruly force, Thales raised his hand and slowly clenched it in the air. It was as if he was crushing something. With the tacit consent of the royal power, it was only natural and unimpeded for you to nibble away at Blood Bottle Gang's body after it fell. When the conditions were right, success would come naturally, and you would be able to destroy it easily. Morris stared at Thales' hand in a daze. This is the truth behind how Blackstreet Brotherhood was able to completely shake their underground hegemony in the past 10 years and usher in a golden age. Thales clenched his fists and his voice tightened. You won, not for anything else. The prince's gaze was as sharp as a sword. It is precisely because the kingdom needs you that you're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.